ค่ะ
Good morning. Good morning to the online participants. Our participants in Kopanong are very punctual. They're almost seated and we'll start soon. Just give us 5 minutes to come in. They have just enjoyed their breakfast and want a cup of coffee. We have had our first rains here in Kopanong, online participants. I hope in Southern Africa, the rest of Southern Africa, you're also having some starting the wet season on a good note. We have done a lot of rain dancing here in Kopanong and it worked. Yeah. So you're not supposed to.
I'm not going to touch.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. Dumala. So bona. I don't know them all by head anymore. Welcome to day 2 of the DCAS training event for Southern Africa. Today we again have an exciting program, but we also get you all busy, both online and here on site. But you can relax a bit and pay attention to some presentations, because we're going to start with a very interesting talk about delivery, the pros and cons of free versus subscription delivery. Like, should the farmers pay or not, is basically the question in the first talk. And that talk is going to be given by Professor Sue Walker. She's an emeritus professor, and I don't need a paper. To know how to introduce her, because she's in the Aqualinks team at the moment. But she is emeritus at the University of Free State in agri-meteorology, and she is also she used to work and still works with the Agriculture Research Council of South Africa. And during COVID, she retired from ARC, and I was so fortunate to be present in the digital online farewell, where former students throughout all of Southern Africa lauded her for the guidance she gave during their careers. And that was really remarkable. And even yesterday, I won't mention who it was, but there was one student who was here, a former student, and she made these remarks like, "You want to do a PhD? This is not philosophy." So she has really high targets for students, and she has been in the field with a lot of them, visiting all the farmers, not only in Southern Africa. She's also working with training people in Indonesia and all over the world. So, looking forward to your presentation.
Yes, so good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to Aqualinks, to Weather Impact, who I've worked with for a number of years, and so it's good to be back with you guys as a team. And so sometimes when I looked at my topic, I thought the answer is so simple, I can just do it in 1 minute. But let's talk a little bit about whether we should do subscription or whether we should expect people to pay for our services. So if we think about it, there's many tools that have been developed in the last time, and many of them are developed by IT specialists or otherwise by researchers like me. And some of the researchers don't know about putting their foot in the dirt, okay? If we look at the farmers, though, it doesn't matter whether it's commercial farmers or small-scale farmers, there's rather little uptake. We can pretend they're using it, but sometimes if you look at the Google statistics, then you find that they actually aren't. So what I'm going to do today is just explain a little bit about what is subscription services, and also then some examples of really they partial digital services, because they never completely, but I want you to remember, if you don't ask the right question, you won't get the right answer. Okay, so if you just ask somebody, are they hungry? They can say yes, but you have to ask them, did they eat breakfast? Who ate breakfast? Yes, okay, I hope all the online people also ate their breakfast. So if we look at what is a digital service, what is a subscription service? Then many of you have your cell phones, don't you? And probably a lot of you have a subscription on your cell phone. So maybe I don't have to explain this even, but it's a way where a customer can be charged on a monthly or weekly basis the same amount. And so it's a repeated transaction just going through on your bank account or somewhere like that. There's different kinds of subscriptions. So there's a subscription that's a fixed amount of time or whatever, and that's how many of us work in South Africa. You get this many minutes and this many SMSs and whatever. All right. Or otherwise, there's the ones for the big commercial guys. They have unlimited. So they just keep on going and then they get charged a certain amount at the end of the month. Or otherwise, there's pay as you go. So you must load money every time. And then, of course, there's also some freebie models, aren't there? So if we think of subscription for our farmers for an app, then we can think of all of these different options. So, why is subscription good? It's because I now always will use that same service provider. So if you're using, not allowed to say it, the red arrow, then you will always use them. You won't go to the green guys or to the new stripy delivery boys. Okay, so it maintains a relationship between the user and the supplier, and that's what we want for our services also, don't we? So if we think about it, then we're going to ask you a few questions. And yesterday the people online got didn't get enough time because they have to go and log on and what. So we're going to see whether we can do it better this time. So have you got your green and red tags ready? And I want to ask you, did you ever personally or from your company or your institution pay for your climate data? Paid for climate data. Let's see, some greens. Keep it high, keep it high. Keep it high. Okay. A few people paid for data. More reds are coming up. More. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 greens. 7 greens. All right. So if we think about climate data, we have to think about what are we doing. So I want you to stand up and start building some clouds. Will you stand up? Stand up. Build some clouds, because we have to have you got cumulonimbus clouds, you know, with the anvil at the top? Have you got it? Build your clouds, please. Okay, or maybe there's some, you know, when you're flying, you don't want those stratus clouds, do you? No. Okay, can we go to the next question? And the next question is, do you use a weather forecast app? Okay. Oh, you want to get the answer? Okay. All right. Can we, I thought we'd do all of the 3 at the end. We'll do the 3 at the end. Okay. So do you use a weather forecast app on a daily or a routine basis? So not once a year, but once a day or once a week or 5 times a day? Or who uses an app on their phone? Okay, the greens are coming up. Green, green, green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 reds. Oh, 9, 10. Oh. Oh dear. Okay, so what happened yesterday? Who knew that it was going to rain when we were having our photo? None of you guys who got a green now told me that it would rain. So I think some of you are a little bit, oh, sorry. Maybe you were concentrating on the person who was presenting. Is that right? Okay, so stand up again. Now we've got to make some rain. Okay, so we've got our cloud. Remember, we have our cloud, and it better be a cumulonimbus. You go high, you've got to go on your tippy toes. Okay, and now it's going to start raining. Whoosh, whoosh. Okay, right down to the floor. Come on, the rain doesn't stop before the floor. Whoosh, whoosh. Can we go to the next? All right, so we've got one more question. So our next question is do you think the farmers will pay for digital climate advisory services? Do you think they will pay Will the farmers pay? Will the farmers that you work with in your country pay? So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green ones. Oh, somebody's got 2 over there. Oh, 9 green ones out of 30 is not very many. Out of, are there 70 here? Oh, okay. Okay, so stand up again. We've got one more lost. So I don't know how many of you were outside later on in the evening or walking around, but there was quite a lot of places where you would see there were leaves sort of on the road. So what does that mean? It means there must have been some runoff. So we haven't finished our exercises yet, have we? So start to the clouds again. Nice big cumulonimbus clouds, nice big clouds. And then it starts raining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And then what happens after the rain? Then the runoff starts, doesn't it? But there's still some lightning. So let's hear whether we can have some of the answers. Are you able to give us some answers, Paula?
Yes, thank you, Sue. So for this question, we have more no's than yes. So with
For this last one.
yes, this last one. So quite dominantly no, unfortunately. But for the second one, we have yeah, more yeses than no's, but it's also a bit more or less balanced. And for the first question, it's have you ever paid for climate data? So that's no, and only one yes.
Okay. I can remember a student from Sudan, and I knew the people in the Met department in Sudan, and I begged them to give this poor student some data, but eventually we had to pay some US dollars before we could get that data. But then they explained that actually it wasn't digitized. So we were paying this person's salary to actually type it in so that we could use it. So sometimes you have to say that one hand is paying for the other hand or whatever. All right. So why will we pay for climate data when if you go and search on the web, you can find climate data in all sorts of different places? And maybe somebody touched on this a little bit yesterday, but what we have to ask the question is, this climate data that we're getting when we search on the web, is it really measured observations from a weather station? Do we know the site of that weather station? Or maybe it's a climate surface where they've already done the integration and whatever, and maybe the climate surface didn't take into consideration the topography of the valleys. And all of our countries in Southern Africa have quite a lot of river valleys and mountains and things. So then we can get the wrong answer quite easily on a surface, depending on what scale you're using. Maybe the data that you're downloading is what they call reanalysis data. So they've gone back and they've run the computer model again. So actually it's not measured data. So the reason why we would pay for data is because we know we're supporting that network of weather stations. And in all of our countries, the network of weather stations is not always very good. And the maintenance is also not always very good. Our guys at ARC are always complaining. I was there and I checked the station, but there's no replacement weather, wind anemometer or something. So we must know that we have to ask the question about what weather data is this that I'm getting? So we just did the question of why pay for the weather forecasts. There's so many free ones and you all use them, Google and whatever, the Weather Channel and many forecasts on your phone. Some of them even say they're radar, but we know they're not radar because there's no radars in that area. Some of them are using the satellite, of course. But we again have to ask ourselves, where are they getting this information from? How do we know whether it's accurate or not? What information are they using? You know, when you're running a model, you have to start it somewhere. You need to have that initiation. So did they use good initiation or not? And so I have to come up for the National Weather Services, even though I don't work for them. But they will have the best data. They will have the best weather forecast because they have a number of scientists. They connected with UK Met Office or with NASA and NOAA in the US. And so we know that we're utilizing the good science if we using the National Met Services. And also, of course, that they link to World Meteorological Organization. And those weather stations are at the right standard, right? So it's not YRNO or something that is using one weather station in the Free State to tell me what's going to happen in Pretoria. So let's think about these climate services and what we're using as our input to be able to make it. So I will quote from Prof. Mitchley, and it says, one of the major drawbacks of such weather apps is that there's no way to validate the accuracy of such data and information. But this is not deterring users as they evidenced by the rise of the uptake of these services, especially among crop farmers. So if we walk around in the commercial farmers in South Africa, many of them will just say, yeah, I'm using YR.NO, it's for free. So we have to help our farmers to understand about the quality and the value of good information. So today we've been talking this 2 days about climate services. And really, we want to know that it's providing scientifically based information. So we want to hold our banner high and say, we know we've done the science properly, and we're going to use good quality information to be able to serve our clients. And so this climate information should help with climate sensitive sectors. And okay, we've talked a lot about agriculture because that's what we're here for. But if you think about it, then farmers need energy, don't they? Farmers to run their irrigation pipes or whatever, or to heat their poultry houses. Then we also know that farmers need water. So we can't think that we can only look at agriculture by itself. We need to look at the integrated system. And we also need to know that we've got data and information that also needs to be given to them. So if we look, we can have climate services at different scales. It can be past data, it can be short term, it can be medium term, long term, and the seasonal stuff. And we heard from Brad yesterday about the seasonal forecasts. And yet it can also be climate change. And somebody was talking about the information from IPCC also. So there's different scales, and different sectors want information at different scales. And we can also think of different geographical areas. So in South Africa, when we're trying to integrate the social stuff with the physical, then it's very difficult because the social information is collected in municipalities or districts. But our scientific physical information is collected in catchments or landscapes, and these two don't always match up very well. So we have to look at whether we're doing local, regional, national, or what kind of level, and who is our client. So let's look at some agricultural advisories, and I think yesterday some of the people went through some of these things, so I'm going to rush a little bit, okay? We have to have some monitoring. We need to have data that is collected. We need to have some tools. We also need to have communication, and we talked about two-way communication yesterday, and then some kind of risk analysis. So can we look at some of the variability, and is that possible to help us with our early warning systems? And then we also have to see how we can help the managers of the food system, whether it's at national level for national food security, or whether it's at a local level in a community. And so that's why we need to look at these environmental services. So let's look at some of the gaps across Southern Africa. The first one I mentioned already a little bit, and that is around the poor weather station network. And sometimes there's not good spatial distribution. And I think somebody mentioned yesterday about Zambia or Zimbabwe and not having a weather station in every one of the agroecological zones. And so this is one of the problems. And so there's very little hourly data that we could use for certain things. Then the next thing is around the data archiving. So is the data securely saved and stored somewhere? And is it going through some kind of a quality check before that? So I think that this is also one of the problems in Southern Africa. And the next one is about accessibility. And so if you ask the manager of our agromet weather stations, then he'll tell you he needs 20 million or something to do it, and he gets 5. 10 years ago, we had 15 technicians, and now we only have 5. And so you can know that it's very hard to cover all the areas and be sure that you've got accessibility. So then that's why we need some tools that can help us. And these tools need to help us from end to end. So really from the weather stations through to the development and design of the advisories, and also then having frequent interaction with the users. So both the South African Weather Service and ourselves at Agricultural Research Council have been trying to engage with many of the users in the different sectors. Okay, and then we talked about two-way communication. And so I'll show some examples of the traditional ones. And yesterday, Durton also showed you some of the traditional methods using radio or TV. But let's try and see what we can get from 4IR and whether some of the big foundations can help us to develop some of those things. And then we know that high-speed internet is what we need. So just this morning we were talking about, even in our rooms, we didn't have proper internet here, even in this wonderful resort. And thank you, Ricky, for bringing us to this nice place. Last week I was at a very nearby place that was a dump, so I'm very happy that this one is good. So I think we can live with maybe only having internet in the reception. So I'm going to just go through a few examples. I'm going to show you a group method from Indonesia. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on AgriCloud. I'm going to give you some examples from around the world on what national Met services can do. Then something on citizen science. The business case is mainly going to be discussed later by Brian, and also then some crop insurance. And then there's 2 pay-as-you-go systems that South Africa is launching at the moment, and one is a data portal, and I'll show you that, and also a drought early warning that is part of a PhD project. So I have the privilege of working in Indonesia. Maybe some of you know Prof. K. Stichter. He was married to an Indonesian, so he was working with an anthropologist, but after his death, then they called me and said, won't I come to Indonesia? So this was just when I was finishing working in Malaysia. So they thought, oh, I'm in Malaysia, I can just hop to Indonesia very easily. But I had the privilege of working with them. They have what they call science field shops. And this is really run by the anthropologists from the Universitas Indonesia. And Prof. Yunita and her students will go out into the community and really just talk to them and see what they're doing and all of those kind of things. But the way they set up these groups is it's called a rainfall measuring club. If you don't measure the rainfall, you cannot belong. So even though those farmers have small pieces of rice, maybe not even 1 hectare, all of them, and so maybe your neighbor's also measuring, but the idea is that I must do it myself. So it's amazing that some of those young Indonesian farmers, they've measured already every single day for 12 years. You can't believe it. And then one of the wives will stand up and talk to you afterwards, and she will say, in the beginning, my husband was reluctant. He would go, oh, I must get up and go to the field, you know. And then she said, afterwards, he would go, I wonder how much is coming today. And then he would almost run to his field, you know. And so she said she could see a change in his reason for living because of a rain gauge. Hey, really? We can do it, you guys. So these are homemade rain gauges. They're just a metal funnel like this. And they've got a special method with a stick. And the stick must then be measured on the ruler and all of the stuff. But what is important is that there's 8 climate services that were introduced to these farmers. So it's not just measure the rainfall. But when you're walking to the rain gauge, look in your field and see what can you see. So you must make observations of your agroecology. So guess what? Those farmers, the ones that are measuring, have less insect infestations, they have higher yields, all of those kind of things, because they're actually engaging with their crop. So it's been a very good learning experience, and it's actually so much fun to be in the field with them. Some of the other climate services are the fact that we send the seasonal forecast for Indonesia as an SMS. So it's translated into Bahasa. I get it from Australia or from NASA or NOAA. And then it's just like, well, you know, it can be so few letters. So it just says, is it going to rain, or whether it's El Nino or not. Of course, there's a couple of the young farmers who are also teachers in the school. So they can get it themselves from the internet. But every month then, Unita says, Prof. Su, Ubasu, where is the forecast? I have to translate it into Bahasa. So we can know that everyone has got to make some kind of a contribution. The other one thing is what we like to say is new knowledge. So let's stimulate ourselves to bring something new. So originally the idea was that they would bring experts from the university or from the department or from somewhere to explain to these farmers or the extension something new that they could introduce. So one of the times when I was training there, then I said to them, let's ask these farmers and extension officers to bring something new themselves, because maybe this man knows something that one doesn't. And the next day they made a list on one of these boards. I think everybody had something to bring that was new. We didn't even have enough time that day to do all of those things. We had to vote which ones are we going to learn today. Some of them said, no, it's okay. We'll stay later until prayer time and we'll do some extra ones. So it just shows you that there's that camaraderie. They must come to a monthly meeting, and the monthly meeting, they draw the graph of how it is, and then they discuss what happened in their area. Sometimes the areas are a bit widespread. So it's really a group learning, and it's partial digital because they're getting the seasonal forecast. But it's really about camaraderie and belonging and being able to do it together. So basically, it's for free, but there's a responsibility because they must be part of the group. So some of you have heard about AgriCloud. AgriCloud was a mobile app that was developed during the Rain for Africa project. It gave advice on planting, spraying for pests and diseases, and collecting, crowdsourcing some information from the users. Basically, we did it together with the South African Weather Service and a number of Dutch partners, hydrologic included. And we did two things. We had it on a cell phone, a smartphone, and we also had USSD. Now, I'm not sure, we discussed a little bit yesterday, just in a few groups, about USSD. So it's sort of like an SMS, but it's a way you can make some choices when it sends you a message. I don't know whether they have it in other countries, so it can be used on a very simple phone. Unfortunately, due to some breakdowns in each one of the 3 organizations. It's not operational on the phone at the moment, but it could be, it's operational on the platform. All right, so let's look at what are the advantages of delivering a mobile phone service. Why do we want to do it? Firstly, is good coverage. Probably each one of the countries here could show me the coverage of the cell phone message. Also, you can give information localized. So somebody mentioned yesterday, 9 kilometer square blocks. You can even do smaller than that, actually. And that was where the extension officers were always excited when I showed them the mobile app, because they could say, oh, there's the road. That's going to my mother's farm. And then you say, yes, we can find the exact place of your mother's farm. And it's timely. You can get information for today. And the last one is that it's translated into local language. So that's what we did is, you know, in South Africa, we have 11 official languages. And so it's actually very simple. You set up a spreadsheet with all of those terms in English, and then you translate them into each one of the languages. And then when they choose their language, it just goes to the right part of the spreadsheet. So actually in IT system, it's quite simple. All right, so there's other examples from Met services around the world, and my time is running out, so I'll just tell you a little bit. As you know, Australia has very good weather services. You can go to Australia BOM for Bureau of Meteorology. Brazil has 2 systems from their science and from agriculture, and they have several different applications. Of course, India, we know there's very many small farmers, and they have very good agromet monitors in nearly every single district in India, which is just like blows your mind. They have many agricultural universities, and so they're doing input for the farmers at a very, very local level. So how many of you know about citizen science? That means just us normal public people outside there, your mum and dad and your school kids are doing some kind of measurements and making contributions. Traditionally in South Africa, the citizens are the ones that measured the rainfall for many, many years and then filed the forms. And those people hardly got any payment, but probably, what's happening? Okay. So really, citizen science really helps the general public to engage with our science. It helps us to learn how to explain it to them and helps us to serve the needs. So for instance, you put up a weather station at the school, and then you can help them with their predictions on Friday for their soccer and rugby and cricket tomorrow on Saturday. So it can include observations, monitoring, wildlife counts, land use, and all sorts of degradation. So this is the Agromet Agri-Data web portal for South Africa. So here, everyone complains that our data is not available. Now it's available, you just got to pay. Well, you always had to pay, but it's available online. And we have more than 600 weather stations. The automatic weather stations were mainly transferred to weather state automatic in the early 1990s. So there's a good basis for that data. Some of these weather stations are belonging to the different provinces, either from the Department of Agriculture or from the Department of Water or something like that. And we also have drought monitoring, early warning, crop estimates, and all sorts of other systems. So it kind of looks like this is a pay-as-you-go, and you can choose which weather station you want, and then you have to pay. We also have the agricultural drought early warning system, and this is from a Water Research Commission project and a PhD project from Tebogo. And here it's doing drought across the country, so you can go and look at what does the weather, what is the natural resources looking like at different locations across the country, and it's doing SPIE, etc. calculations. It's also linked to some of the land coverage. I'm not really going to do too much about the business case, but if you're going to sell services, you need to be able to generate money. And you guys all just said you didn't want to pay for it. So I'm not sure how we're going to generate money if you can't pay for it. So we either have to have business to business. So maybe the power utility wants information, or maybe one of the delivery services wants information, so that we can have it in that way, that somebody else is paying for it and not business to consumers. In South Africa, there are some of the agricultural commodities that are very interested in the weather and climate information. So for instance, Hortech, which is in Western Cape, does a number of those things. The other area that we would be able to sell our weather information to is the insurance. And I'm not sure whether Dr. Johan Malherbe is online, or whether any of you saw him on the TV this morning. He was being quizzed this morning about the floods and the cutoff lows, etc., on the TV. So here, Johan is making a weekly newsletter called Cumulus, and he sends it to AgriSeeker. And so the farmers that have paid for that service will then get that information for free. So it's packaged together with their information. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not here right now, but he should be.
Okay.
Yeah. So people can ask him.
Yeah, so if you want to know more about the insurance business, also one of our Agromet graduates is working in that industry. So we also think about other kind of climate services that maybe are a bit harder to digitize. So looking at which kind of varieties. In South Africa, we have a lot of variety trials, but the problem is that now they're somewhat controlled by the seed companies, so they're allowed to nominate what varieties they want to put in, and of course there's some limitation. You can only do 50 every year or something. There's also lots of livestock selection for indigenous livestock to be able to be heat stressed. Yesterday people talked about Sarkoff, but we heard yesterday that people want planting dates, frost warnings, and some kind of spray information. The spray information is a bit more difficult because you want it on a daily basis. So I need to know, can I spray tomorrow or in the next 2 days? And will there be a thunderstorm, or will there be high temperatures, etc.? I think we've covered some of these things before. So yeah, the food production system, we've been able to do predictions with the climate change values. So this is using some crop models. And so you can even see the shift in our main old maize triangle being shifted further towards the east by 2030. So, oh, wait a minute. Yes. All right, let's look at what are some of the gaps. Automatic weather stations. In Southern Africa, we need more of them. We have to be clever about where we're going to put the new weather stations. I've been in some countries, and then you'll see that, oh no, the Germans gave us this one. So standing in one plot is now 3 different automatic weather stations. And maybe that's great to check whether they work, but that doesn't really help our farmers, does it? So if you've got a project, please make sure you say you'll take it to an area where they haven't been using it. All right, improved maintenance is always a problem. Data analysis and availability. So are we analyzing the stuff correctly? And I remember one of my students in one of the classes, now we got to go away and analyze the rainfall. And she came back and she said, oh yeah, we've got average of 1.8 millimeters. I said, what? Oh no, you don't do averages on a daily basis, do you? You do a monthly total. And then you can kind of think about it, how much rain you've got. So let's learn how to do the data analysis properly. And then we also need to know that we can develop specific advisory services. And I think there's been some good examples this week, but let's try to be sure that we're adding local value. So this morning, somebody was asking me about the pearl millet, and then I said, yes, one of my students did the model for pearl millet. Another one did finger millet. I don't know whether it's grown in Southern Africa. It's from Uganda. And even proso millet. It almost looks like rice. It's from Sri Lanka and India. So the students have been doing some of that stuff, but it has to be taken from the research side into the services. So in conclusion, there's a range of different digital or partial digital services. Not very much success, but farmers expect it to be free. So our farmers in South Africa, I put it on one of my extension groups, will your farmers pay? And they just kept coming back, no, 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 no. It wasn't really a survey, but the farmers say they pay taxes. The farmers say they've paid some levies for those commodities. So the government needs to supply this. When we tried to upscale AgriCloud after Rain for Africa, in our business model, it was that the government would pay for it. But the government thinks there's other priorities. So as much as I could go and talk to those government officials, and we're trying again and again now, they don't really think it's their responsibility. We've seen that group membership can work. And so let's try and just explore some of the other options. Thank you, Ricky.
Thanks, Sue. I'm looking for Brian. Where is he? Could you
There
go
he is.
already to get your mic on? Then we can still have a question for Sue while we're preparing for the next presentation. Somebody online, there's a question online, Paula? It was already answered. Okay, yeah. Okay, somebody from the floor. Okay, can you come to the mic so that the translators hear you also?
Eu acabo de entrar agora. Mas hoje não estou apanhando aquela parte do tradutor.
Okay, can we have the mic on? Sorry, we are doing multitasking here.
No. Oh, thank you, Margaret, for the presentation. I think it's very good and enlightening. But my question is, I think it's the same as yours, is the topography and the distribution of the weather stations, and maybe go down a level to just the distribution of the rain gauges at certain topographical. So we have a challenge of having one rain gauge in different levels and then generalizing. I don't know how we can do that, because government, as you say, doesn't want to fund these things, and the farmers think that it's government who's supposed to provide the service. So I don't know how we can be assisted to get the right picture at this partial topographical level, so that we can understand the vulnerability and opportunities to assist the farmers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question.
Obrigado pela pergunta.
Mr. Onso, or you're going to take more questions?
No, you can
I can
answer
Podemos
this.
Okay, so
responder.
my
Vamos
experience, like I said, in
aceitar mais
Indonesia, is that the
perguntas.
farmers actually are doing the measurements
Os
themselves. So this
agricultores
is
estão a fazer
citizen
isso
science.
pessoalmente.
So if
E
you
isto é
walk anywhere in
praticamente a
South Africa,
ciência.
in any of the supermarkets and hardware
Na
stores,
África,
then you can easily pick up a rain gauge. So if we had a way of being able to get a GPS, which we can all do on our phone for that rain gauge, and we can then collect that rainfall data, we could actually be doing citizen science. It might not be at WMO standards, but especially as we have thunderstorms with our cumulonimbus clouds, it's very important to be able to measure in different places. So we would never be able to have that coverage of every place unless the people help us.
Okay, then, Dr. Nanja, can you go to the mic?
Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm concerned that the inability of smallholder farmers to pay for climate services. My view, perception that either we are taking the services to them wrongly. For smallholder farmers, most of them are able to get cell phone to communicate to their beloved one because of the value they put to the cell phone to themselves. So the service providers know that communication, there's a value, and they charge them a minimal fee. But when it comes to climate services, it is the approach that I believe has actually been introduced wrongly, such that they'll say, no, the government will pay it for us. But if we entered with them correctly, I believe smallholders, I'm talking of smallholders, I'm not talking of commercial farmers, they are also able to sustain the services of climate services through the paying for those services. Maybe there's need to reevaluate the way we are entering with them. Thank you.
Do any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Durton. Yeah, I think that we could also try to strong arm many of the service providers, the M's and the T's and whatever. But we've tried in South Africa, and they only want to give market services. They don't want to give the weather and climate information. But we even tried to get one of the suppliers who sells simple phones to have the app loaded for free. Because then we said, well, then they will use some data to get that information and whatever, so it's going to help your business as well. We've also thought about other kind of adverts for the seasonal forecast. So why can't the seasonal forecast be printed on the soap packet? 2 weeks ago, I was in Toyando in a very rural area, and everyone had this packet of soap there, and they were washing in the spring. So if the seasonal forecast had been printed on the side of that packet, all those farmers would know about it. So I think we just have to, we need some marketers. I'm a scientist.
Yeah, can I, okay. Yeah, okay. I have to get Brian on spot. Paula, can I ask him? In the meantime, I want to have a minute of Nelson Marula. Where is he now? Can you come and then just explain how you do it in Mozambique? Because you're commercial and you're getting. Yeah. Then I need a translator. Also, you do it in English, Nelson. You can English. No, not. Let's first get the online question and then you come. Yeah. Yeah.
So we have an online question from Oladela. When density of the weather station is very low, how can data accuracy be augmented?
So there is a possibility that we can use the satellite data, and we can also use the radar data. So if the radars are set up properly, then they can trace the storms, and then they have algorithms to be able to work out how much rain has fallen. And from the satellite data also, from the temperature of the cloud tops, they can work out what kind of cloud it is and therefore whether it has rain. So that is one of the ways of doing an integrated system where you have your on-ground observations together with radar and satellite. And there's a number of algorithms that do that.
So be aware, you know, with Pan-African, because radar is only in South Africa and it covers Eswatini. And then I think they're introducing it in Malawi, but a lot of countries are not covered by radar. Nelson? No. Just explain how Ripo is doing it. So Nelson is from Resiliencia in Mozambique, and he has a product called Ripo, which has a few things, and you are dealing with small-scale farmers who somehow pay you.
I can do it in Portuguese, it's fine. Bom dia a todos.
No, if you do it in Portuguese, then the translator has to come here to tell it in English, because then the online, it's going wrong with the online. So you have to speak in the mic in English, or they come. Are you really ready? They need to. Can quickly a translator come here? Sorry, but it's a bit of a delay, but. Okay, so he will talk and you, no, you have to stand next to him, otherwise you don't hear. Or just repeat, eh? Yeah,
He must go that side.
no, you come here because the camera is here. Yeah. So he has to take the mic and you talk in Portuguese. Yeah.
Bom dia a todos, mais uma vez.
Good morning, everyone, once again.
Meu nome é Nelson Marula.
My name is Nelson Marula.
Nós temos plataformas de comunicação
We have different platforms of communication in Mozambique.
e nós prestamos esse serviço para pequenos produtores comerciais, assim como para os grandes produtores.
We offer the same service for the small farmers as well as the large commercial farmers.
Para os pequenos produtores comerciais,
For the small commercial farmers,
nós temos serviços que fornecemos a eles via SMS, assim como por meio de aplicativos móveis para os que têm smartphone.
we have different service for them, those with smartphone as well as those with at least SMS.
Os serviços que são fornecidos via SMS são ligados, na maioria das vezes, de tempo.
For those linked to SMS, they have good prats in regards to agronomic good prats and as well as weather provisions.
Os produtores pagam por esse serviço. Existem taxas que eles pagam e nós organizamos esses serviços em pacotes. Porque quando vendemos de maneira separada, o produtor, na maioria das vezes, ele não paga pelo serviço.
The producers pay for the service because sometimes or oftentimes they don't really want to pay, but they have some sort of services that they force in payments.
Acontece aqui uma combinação entre uma parte prática em que damos treinamento aos produtores presencialmente e depois acontece um follow-up daquele treinamento por meio de serviços de SMS e depois também por meio dos aplicativos que eles vão instalar e podem ver lá os vídeos.
So there is a sort of training. They do the training and they do the follow-up after that. It goes with different platforms they use, including SMS.
Mas para os serviços que nós estamos a vender para os grandes produtores, não, atualmente nós temos ativo para produtores que produzem cana-de-açúcar, então são cooperativas e têm campos muito grandes e não temos treinamento presenciais apenas por meio de aplicativos móveis mesmo.
For certain extents, for example, for sugarcane companies, they have large farms, and for those they don't undertake the presential training. They have a different application that's normal they use.
Então, usamos uma combinação de imagens satélite, nós fazemos a monitoria dos campos por meio de imagens satélites para ver onde é que tem problemas nos campos dos produtores.
They also have satellite images that they use for the survey.
Então, depois nós traduzimos os resultados das imagens satélites em SMS curtas de 160 caracteres e depois são enviadas para os
But
produtores.
I'm interested in how do they pay? Yeah, and just to short answer.
Make a spot.
Yeah.
Para os produtores da cana-de-açúcar, os pagamentos são feitos por hectares. Nós
Sim.
pagamos 650 meticais por hectare.
For sugarcane farms, for example, they pay per hectare 650 meticais.
Yeah.
650 meticais
E no princípio,
per hectare.
Yes.
então, no princípio, eles faziam pagamento depois da prestação de serviço, depois que eles forem a vender o produto, que é a cana,
Yeah.
e depois faziam pagamento.
Most of times they would pay after they've sold the product, which is sugarcane.
And just to compare, 650 meticais per hectare is just a few stalks of sugarcane. So they know that, okay, of the thousands of sugarcane, they only pay a few stalks of the
650 per
sugarcane. No, it's not 650 meticais. So that's
Cash.
only
That's correct.
a few, it's $2.
$2 or $3.
So they see the benefit of it and they pay afterwards. Yeah.
Mas agora mudamos um pouco, os produtores já estão a pagar. No princípio, quando estávamos a começar com o serviço, eles pagavam depois da prestação de serviço. Mas agora eles estão a pagar 50% antes da prestação de serviço e depois os outros 50%
Okay.
são pagos depois que eles vendem.
At the beginning, they would pay after doing the service or after selling.
Yeah, so
Their product.
25% before,
today-
75%.
No, 50%.
Oh, sorry.
So today they charge them 50% before and 50% after.
No total, agora estamos a assistir mais de 600 hectares para os produtores de cana-de-açúcar e temos perspectiva de aumentar este ano com novas cooperativas que estão a
At
ser
this point, we are looking at 650 hectares or more, and we're looking their perspectives that we will increase that margin.
Muito obrigada. Now,
Thank you.
sorry for putting you on the spot, but I thought that was useful to share that they just do it differently. They pay per hectare and they do a few things. Sorry for taking your time, Brian. I'm closing questions now because I'm late already for Brian Muroyiwa. Brian Muroyiwa is going to present on business models, and we're going to do an exercise after the tea break with it. So his talk is called Business Models Tailored to the Local Context. Brian works for Prime Consulting International in Lesotho. He is a climate change adaptation and capacity building expert. He has a PhD in agriculture economics and a master of commerce in financial markets. His interest and passion is in climate finance, combined with agrometeorological services. He's a policy advisor, and he's really into development of agricultural smallholder farmers. Brian, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I hope that the next time that we meet, there will be a P on my name, not a D. I hope so, next time we meet. Okay, I'll get straight into the presentation without wasting much time. I'm someone who speaks fast, but I'm going to try to slow down so that at least the interpreters can follow and everyone can follow. So if ever I speak too fast, just raise that red placard we have there if I move too fast. So that I slow down.
Recording in progress.
So to introduce what I'm going to talk about, I think it has been talked about already that smallholder farmers dominate the agricultural landscape in most of our countries, especially in the African context. Smallholder farmers, they dominate the landscape, and although they produce small quantities, right? You find that when you aggregate what they produce, it's very significant. So they are big players when it comes to food systems. When you talk about poverty reduction, food security, nutrition security, smallholder farmers can play a big role. But however, you find that there exists a significant gap in public and private sector investments, climate science, and inclusive planning and policy for this transdisciplinary co-design and co-production processes of DCAS services. So I'm just trying to lay down the problem, where the problem is. And you find that smallholder producers often they lack information necessary to adapt to climate change and also to practice agriculture from a resilient perspective. And when you look at our exchange services, most of the time we want to blame exchange services. We want to say that it's ineffective, or they're not doing what they're supposed to do. But we are also not considering that most of the times they're under-resourced and overstretched. We don't consider that. So we need to consider that, and that is where now a DCAS comes in, because it's there to help and facilitate exchange services, because like I said, they're under-resourced and they're overstretched. Where farmers access DCAS, it often more often than not is a strong business case for them. In the work that I do normally, I interact with smallholder farmers. And mostly you find that they're very enthusiastic about DCAS services. Very enthusiastic. So Those who access it mostly access it through donor-funded projects. I think this has been said before, but I'm just trying to lay the introduction of my own presentation. So unfortunately, most projects, when they're developed, they forget this aspect of including the business model. However, the business model should be the first thing to think about, right, when setting up a project. And it should be included even in the project implementation manual. So normally we don't think about it. And when the project is about to phase out, start thinking, how do we make this project sustainable? Sorry. Oh, okay, okay. Load shedding, okay. I thought I touched something. Okay. Okay, I'll move forward. So user evaluation surveys indicate that farmers surveyed opine that DCAS applications are not meeting their expectations, as applications often provide too generalized advice. And I think this has been said by a number of speakers. Even yesterday, they were saying that DCAS is too generalized. So this presents a business opportunity. We need to take into account such feedback when developing our DCAS services as well as business models. I think anyone who is an innovator or an entrepreneur, they know that where there's a problem, there's a what? An opportunity. So there's vast opportunities as far as DCAS is concerned. Very vast opportunities. So there's need for us to make tailored solutions across vast geographic areas, which presents a challenge to companies as this requires significant investments, and the willingness to pay for the services remains relatively limited. So I think this has been said before. I think that's even from the just previous presentation by Professor Walker, that normally farmers are not willing to pay for the service. So that is a challenge that we also have to handle or deal with. So as for proposed solutions or remedies, we might think in terms of setting up more effective public-private collaboration to scale up tailored DCAS services. Investigating the potential of low-cost peer-to-peer delivery options, increasing high-risk tolerant donor impact investments in farmer-centric models and broader infrastructure investments. So that could be one solution. Then there's also a need for a DCAS learning community of practice and open sharing of data platform, which can help DCAS reach its full potential and impact. So these are some of the critical issues that you can consider as far as we are trying to develop sustainable business models for DCAS. I think this was talked about yesterday. These are just the core principles to improve DCAS, co-creation, data quality, accountability, scalability, and financial sustainability. So now I'll move on to the prerequisites in the development of sustainable business models. So number one, it's important for us to do a baseline survey. We need to understand our market, our clientele. So a baseline user evaluation survey is important to establish the needs and the preferences of the users. Number two, we need to establish the context of users and the most relevant methods of communication to reach them. So myself, I don't believe in one method. I believe that it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of approach, but we can use many approaches and still reach our intended objectives. Categorize users in their characteristics, understand the context in which you offer your DCAS, partners, users, costs, willingness to pay, etc. Then consider how bundling of services relevant to the local context and constraints may enhance user livelihoods and support higher levels of adoption and use. Because ultimately what you want is to make sure that there is high adoption and use of the services, utilization of the services. That's what you want to do. That is why we are in this room. So also embed continuous feedback platforms in your services or in your system, because the feedback will help you improve the system and ensure that your services remain valuable to your users. I'll move forward. So characteristics of sustainable DCAS is farmer-centric, farmer-specific, location-specific, user needs specific, tailor-made for the user or users, crop-specific, simple and flexible delivery channels, and cost-effective. So this is just a picture that is showing the work that I'm doing with the impact in Lesotho. So this is one of my facilitators who was presenting on agro-weather tools. So you'll see some of those images as I move along with the presentation. So from here, I'll move on to the business model itself, the business model canvas. I'm going to go through each of these nine components of the business model with you, explaining what needs to be included in each of them. Then that will also form a part of the case study that we are going to do after my presentation, after coffee break. There's a copy in the registration package that you received when you came, so you can always follow that whilst I'm presenting. So I'll start with the first one, key partners. So normally we need to understand who are our key partners when we are developing a DCAS business model. I've given some of the examples, which could be public sector and its agencies, the private sector, development organizations, donors, national and local NGOs, research institutes, civil society organizations, and farm organizations. We also need to know who are our key suppliers, right? Which could be a private sector or public and private sector partnerships. Which key resources are we acquiring from our partners, which could be platform, it could be weather data, agronomic advice, right? So you find that when we are actually doing DCAS services, it's interdisciplinary. So you need a lot of different skills, people from different disciplines to actually deliver DCAS successfully. Then which key activities do partners perform? Do they do hosting, or do they do data management, or they're the ones that are actually collecting the data? Those are key partners we might consider. They are minimal, but you are going to also do the activity, and you add more and give us also further insight in terms of who are the key partners in any DCAS service that you might consider. Then the next one is key activities. Key activities, now we're talking about the generation, the delivery, right? And we're also talking about data processing and management, right? So those are some of the key activities. The next slide talks about automized data collection, data processing and management, DCAS generation, DCAS delivery, and most importantly, I think from this room, we've talked about the issue of marketing. We need to market the services, because there's no use in making a very good product that don't get what a market. It has to be sold to someone. I'm making this service to make it marketable. So we need to market the service. Then key resources, which could be data, the channels or the medium on which you are going to actually transmit the information to the users, revenue streams, human and financial capital. Then I'll move on to this one. I'm very, very passionate about this one, because this is where, for me, this is where everything lies. This is the very important one. Value proposition. What are we selling to our clients? I think even before some speakers have talked about the issue of value. We need to provide value for our customers. So I think I'm not even much concerned about the medium or the channel myself. I'm concerned about the value, because if something is valuable to me, I'll buy the channel, I'll get access to the channel, because I value what? The service. But if I don't value it, even if you put it where it's accessible to me, I don't care. You get it? I won't even notice. So we need to create value in our services. So that is the most important part. So as we develop our business models, let's think about what are we providing for the customers. So the questions that you might ask ourselves are, we have to be clear as to what benefits we are delivering to our customers who buy our DCAS products. The benefits are embedded in our product offerings. The products we offer have to respond to our customer needs. Then we can now talk about the channels. There are many of them. I think they've already talked about during other presentations. So I'll move fast. Then I know that some people would prefer in-person communication. For example, in other countries, even in Lesotho, we have used PIXA, participatory integrated climate services for agriculture. And I heard once a speaker speaking that they use it in their own countries. So I don't know if it was Mozambique, Zambia, Malawi. Sorry, thank you very much. It's Malawi. So yes, those are other channels that you can use to actually deliver, the digital climate advisory services. Then a bundling with other products, right, is very important. Then let's look at customer relationships. They will differ on whether it's a business to business model or business to consumer model, right? So our customer relationships will differ depending on that. The nature and type of relationship will differ according to our customer segments. So market segmentation becomes very important. We have women, we have men, we have youth. They have different preferences, right? And they also would access certain information and services maybe from different channels. So we need to understand our customers so that we know where we can build a relationship with them and what exactly they need, and we provide, we package the services in the manner in which they want the service to package for them. So customers value feedback, also constant after sales support that enables them to get the maximum value possible from the product. And once a customer gets a maximum value possible for the product, they also patronize, right, more. They still come and buy the product. So if the business is already operational, we may have already established customer relationships. We would need to decide on how are they integrated with the rest of our business model and how costly are they. So I think that is a customer relationships. Then I'll move to customer segments. Customer segments, DCAS best serve the customers when they are tailor-made to the needs of the client and their location specific. So we need to offer the services with the we could offer the service with the following market segments: niche market, segmented, or diversified market. So we look at the nature of the DCAS service we want to offer, then we decide as to how we are going to segment our customers, right? Then under customer segments, we can cater for the farmers and different value chain actors that support farmer activities. I think lastly, I'll look at the cost structure and the revenue structure. For this one, we are talking about now things like development, right? Things that development, and a lot of money would go into into development of these services. We've got fixed costs, variable costs, customer acquisition cost, our marketing, distribution, hosting, and salaries. Then our revenue streams probably could be subscriptions or through advertising. So I will look at the three options that we have one by one now. We talked about from my title, I think there is a subsidy-based DCAS, which I'll talk first about. Then I'll go to farmer payments, and lastly, I'll go to the let me see, the third party one. Okay, fine. So subsistence farmers are most often reached through donor and government DCAS models, and these models are typically free or subsidized, right? So I think we've said this before. So the problem I think that we've talked about is that DCAS, when it's funded through donors, is not sustainable, right? However, we know that our farmers are not willing to pay for this service, right? It's been said before, so we need to find other innovative ways to make them pay. And one thing that we talked about is value. Let's say value in our services for them to think about subscribing or paying for these services. So I'll go to the payment part, but for now, I was just trying to discuss this the disadvantages of the subsidy-based model, because from economic perspective, we know that subsidies cause a huge fiscal burden, right? Government cannot afford to be subsidizing forever, right? We need to find a system where people are able to actually pay for some of these services on their own. So DSA provides that are or aim to be sustainable target commercial and commercializing farmers as they perceive them as most attractive. This is good, but it excludes the other group of what? Of farmers that we need to actually target. Because if you go for the commercial ones, that means that the small scale producers are out of the picture. But we need to have an inclusive service. So we need to find ways to get these small scale producers on board. So I think I've already talked about the small scale farmers believing that government should actually provide extension and advanced services to them. And we should also consider the fact that when you look at small scale farmers, their incomes are very low, right? So even if sometimes they might want to pay, right, they have limited resources. We also have to also think about those constraints. And such constraints are emanating from their lack of access to finance, inputs, and markets. And even in DCAS itself, they don't have access to it, most of them. So it affects their productivity and affects their incomes, right? So, and as I said before, there's a limited willingness to pay. So a business model that is a farmer payment base is likely to fail due to the above reasons, unless it goes through farmer associations. So farmer associations, they assist farmers in collective action. Most of the time when something comes through farmer organizations, farmers are willing to take it up when it comes to farmer associations. So I think that it could be enough that you can use to actually reach outwards to the small scale farmers. So farmer-based organizations can facilitate small scale producers, DCAS, buy-in and unlock farmer payments. Then a third-party customers based DCAS business model. We're not talking about our insurance companies, market information systems, input suppliers, agro dealers, and financial services. These actors can assist in lowering the costs to the end users. That is the consumer, the small scale producers, through the benefits that they would accrue from reaching a potentially large customer base for their services, right? So we can use that again as another avenue for us to actually lower the costs for small scale producers to get DCAS services by bundling services with these third-party customers like insurance companies, MIS, input suppliers, and financial services, because they also benefit. Because exposing them to farmers, it's also exposing their business to other it's exposing them to other clients for their business. So it's a win-win situation for everyone. So bundling DCAS service is the most effective route to creating sustainable business models. Business to business and business to consumer models should bundle different service types and diversify revenue streams to ensure that their offerings are impactful and viable. So as I try to, as I wrap up, I want to look at where we are and where we are supposed to actually go. So we are not yet there, but I think we can get there. But for us to get there, we need to deal with these obstacles that are actually affecting the growth of successful business models for DCAS. So number one, there's lack of DCAS standards for populations by government. Needs to be addressed, right? Because you can have very good business models, but if there is lack of standards regulations by government, then we will be able to actually implement successful business models. So that is number one. Number two, limited data and evidence of the additional value commercial DCAS can provide for business to business, business to consumer customers, and real or perceived transaction costs. So we need to actually have more evidence, more data, so that if there are any misconceptions, we clear them and to understand that, okay, there's a real value to the DCAS, real commercial value to DCAS services. Then a large segment of the farmer market is not suited or engaged in commercial DCAS provision, particularly those without an intermediary or aggregator willing to pay for DCAS. The next point is that in some markets, there are low levels of farmer trust towards DCAS. I think this was said yesterday that there is some low levels of trust, right, towards DCAS. In the reluctance to share information with a preference for receiving advisory services face to face. Then we also have infrastructure challenges such as coverage of mobile networks and supply networks for the inputs and materials required. Because if someone gets DCAS services, they need to also be in a position to get things like inputs, because if the forecast says that it's going to be a short season, right? You need to also have resources to buy what inputs, right? Short season inputs. So we are saying that infrastructure such as coverage of mobile networks and supply networks for the inputs and materials are required. Then last mile engagement challenges. Then the last one is purely commercial modules may be transactional in nature without addressing last mile engagement, but working with NGOs, civil society organization partners to help the last mile engagement brings additional cost to a business unless its partners have other financing sources. That is a public-private sector partnership support. So as a way forward, as I conclude and wrap up, there is a need for an appropriate combination of public goods investment and sustainable business models. That is point number one in terms of way forward. Then point number two is development of regulatory frameworks for enabling the regulated environment of DCAS to thrive. Then we also need open access to climate and agricultural data, which in most cases is in the public sector. Then we also need to promote public sector, private sector, PPP, sorry, to help reduce high costs associated with sustaining data collection and monitoring and communication. Then co-production or co-creation, very important to ensure that relevant products are generated. Then lastly, production of customized products to sell. So it all goes down to the issue of value in our services. Once we can be able to provide value for our customers, provide customized goods, provide what they need, then we would have to go a long way in making sure that if we provide DCAS services, they are sustainable, and our clients will subscribe and buy the services. So I think with that, that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. So after the tea break, you're going to do it yourself. Make this basis canvas in group, and we'll reorder the rooms to make that possible during the tea break. But first, there will be time for some questions. Can you get to a mic? Are there online questions? Okay. But I first want to make a remark, Brian, because I know there are donors online, there are funders in the room, etc. Don't discourage them to fund. Yeah, we need some seed funding, don't you think?
Yes,
we need some extra funding for marketing. Yeah?
Yes, correct.
To get it going and to get enough people before and then they can thrive themselves. Eh?
Yes, that's correct.
So yes, could you get to a mic or somebody giving you a mic? Yeah. And in the back there's also, could you come up and walk to the microphone? Yeah.
Brian, thank you for a very enlightening presentation. I have a couple of questions. My first question, you mentioned low-cost peer-to-peer delivery options. Can you give me an example or some examples? Secondly, I'm interested specifically pertaining to that gentleman from Mozambique. These DCAS, in terms of information dissemination, SMS, etc., are they registered as wireless application service providers in the countries that they're operating? Is my second question. My third question, do you have a framework PPP related specifically for DCAS? And my fourth question is just in passing, have you come across a freemium model? In other words, I have basic access to basic services, and then depending on what I need now, I can start subscribing. Thank you.
Okay, did you get them?
That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
It's a lot of questions at once. Let me try to respond maybe to what I got. But of course, I know that there are experts in this room, so some questions can also respond to some of the questions. Okay, I think for the first question, peer-to-peer, right? I think peer-to-peer, there are there is a Pixar, for instance, right? It's a peer-to-peer one. That is very simple and straightforward, so we can use that one. Then we are also in the process of trying we are working on farmer field schools. It's very important concept that you can use as well, farmer field schools. Farmers can share information easily as peers because they have access to this information, right? So they can share it and help each other grow. So that is the peer-to-peer one. Then the second one, what was it? The Mozambican one, I think I forgot that one. Which ones?
Any of the DCAS, are any of the DCAS registered in terms of information dissemination? Once you're talking SMS, IVR, USSD, okay? So in a South African context, we have CLC, Vodacom, and MTN. To access those services now as a third-party service provider, I need to register as a wireless application service provider. My question is, are they DCAS registered as wireless applications providers in the countries they're operating?
Not really.
Yeah.
You see, most of the time what happens is that DCAS they are producers of DCAS, right? Those who generate the services, then they can go through now the network companies, you get it, to actually disseminate the information. For instance, at this point in time, Weather Impact is actually sending SMSs to farmers and Lesotho through a service provider, you get it? But the service provider also has links to Vodacom, Econet.
So there's no DCAS.
We're not going to have a full discussion because I have still 2 questions and we have to rearrange the room, yeah? So you can talk after in lunch or the coffee break. Yeah, is that fine? Mr. Gamal had a question.
Yes, good morning.
You want to ask, can you please give the mic to the translator? Because you mentioned that you wanted to ask the question in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Or you're doing it in English?
Yes, Elder Jema from Mozambique, Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development. My question is very simple. We all know that business models are very important, but we also know that most of these initiatives cannot survive without a combination of public investment and donor funding. So can you please explain to us what are the critical factors that can make these business models to really work? Because we know that we need them, but what are the critical factors to have them really working and to sustain these initiatives, rather than recommending that we need to use them? But what are the factors that really makes them to work? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think during the presentation, I tried to emphasize so much the issue of making sure that there is value in our services, right? Because we need value. Once you have value, people are going to subscribe to the service. But besides the issue of value, we can also we need to have a hybrid, of approaches when you approach this. I'm not saying that we should go entirely, let's say, farmer payments, you get it, or entirely we subsidize. We need to find a way to combine public investment, right, with private sector investments. We need a hybrid of those two for sustainability, because there are things that private sector will not be able to do alone. They need some public sector assistance. And also public sector most of the time also relies on what? On donor funding, right? So we need a hybrid. of this was to be able to have sustainable services. So I think I might just end there in the post so that I don't
Yeah.
prolong it.
So everything needs to be in balance. I'm going to get a question from the online, and then I close because I have to explain some things as well logistically. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So we have a question from Winston Debele from Zimbabwe. He's representing YPARD and then Church Aid. I have a question in terms of the payment modality used for the climate services. My question is, can't we advocate for policy change at council level, be it rural district councils or urban councils, so that climate charges are incorporated into the bills as service provided, as this will be very beneficial not just to the small scale farmers, but also strengthen the disaster risk reduction capacities of the council and increase the adoption rate when reach of the data collection, as this service will be mandatory to help reduce the hazards while promoting efficiency and productivity in the agricultural sector and for economic gain of DCAS.
Okay. So more rates. Yeah.
Yes, that's a good suggestion, because it's a suggestion towards how we can pool resources, right?
Yeah.
To be able to finance our DCAS services. So that's a good suggestion. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
So for example, in South Africa, if you pay on the pump, you pay also rates for road traffic accidents, and you pay in your rates also for disaster management. So everything in your rates is a percentage is going to a disaster fund to fund. So maybe a disaster fund could already help with DCAS. Okay, we're having tea break now. We have to rearrange the room for the workshop, but the weather looks as if it might rain again with lunchtime. So we suggest to go now to the swimming pool and make that group picture we wanted to make yesterday. Yeah, the photographer, Mr. Mafuda, is waiting there. Oh, he's here. Okay. Yeah. And people online will get back to you around 11. So 11 is back in the room as well. And we get the explanation on the workshop.
Well.
Mình ghi thì thôi mà photo ấy có giờ long có cái chữ thảo vậy cái vừa làm với sao lại tiền
Kupendeza chuma ndalama kusejiko kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulakwa kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na nkulakwa kutema mitengo
is a world is still yet unseen, in which we have a culture our children is supreme. Burning land and drying its dreams. Fertile soul to eat. 11 years to look inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our home states in nature's smart.
Kwenda chuma ndalama kutipese, ukondeseza chuma ndalama kupeseziko, kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo kulakwa, kupaya nyama kushoka sanga na kulakwa, tema mtengo kushoka makwa, tema mtengo ziko langala utegeza.
Survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation was elimination. Everybody tears it down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions, next recycle manzi, keep the manzi wise.
I really don't system. Don't stay in me, man. Now I try to get last sector.
Are you coming towards the end of your career and you're starting to worry that you've run out of time to get to the life you'd always imagined?
Je vais t'envoyer un document. Pour faire envoyer qu'on fasse le formatting, il m'a fait des cartes. Il a dit que je commissionne quelqu'un pour gérer. Voilà le mail.
Is the world is still yet unseen, in which we have a culture our children is supreme. Burning land and drying dreams. In fact, also no food to eat. 11 years to look inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our home states in nature's demise.
Logically, should choose anybody.
Wanachuma ndalama kutipese. Ukondeseza
People feel
chuma
I'm using
ndalama
the tableau,
kutiko.
a figure.
Kupaya nyama kugulisa
Now the tableau
masengo
some
nkulakwa. Kupaya
some
nyama
vote as them a figure,
kasanga
some
na
vote as
kunkulako. Kutema mitego. Shukamana kutema mitego. Zikolanga la ongeza. Yeah.
un document. Merci à la lumière chez moi. Notre secteur n'a plus la lumière. Même Amand, il m'a donné dans le script. Même Amand a également donné dans le script.
Survival to creation, generation to generation, conservation was a nation. Everybody, it tears it down. The water goes low, Lord, shed it goes high. Some problems, some questions, what am I? Let's recycle manzi, teach the manzi wisely.
Ouais, il go plus tard aujourd'hui. Et de forward the mail.
Are you coming towards the end of your career and you're starting to worry that you've run out of time to get to the life you'd always imagined? I mean, the economy's tanking, there's BEE to contend with.
The world is still yet unseen, in which we have culture our children is supreme. Burning land and drying dreams. In fact, also no food to eat. 11 years to
عرفي أولها وضف إلهي كعب فإلهي أبوعي مخلوقة كبوعي إلهي دون إلى الله الصائرون في كل يوم وليلة إلى الله حتى تشوفون هذا ولذلك إنه الناس الدين دمشق وأنا نشري حافظ الشام حافظين حجر وقالت حافظ مصر يسمون حافظ الشام اسمه تبع عيان سقع كون تقولي أنا حافظ أكثر خبرات سخبوها حديث تكرون أو استشعال اسمه شيوخ تاريخ العين الفكرة نفسه يتابع كذا يختار مجلدات على فوقها مجلدات على تضرب مجلدات يخفضين وتاخذ لا هذه شبهة مغادرة الإنسان ثم الكتاب أنا في سوق السعادة وعيبة الشيء تركبوها وينوي حركة ربنا وسجل بينا وكوري لكن شايف أنا هذا عن سيس السوق هذا لنا إن شاء الله تلاحظ مركو كتابكم شكرا إلهي سبحانه وتعالى ما تعلمت إلهي سبحانه وتعالى يا أمان إله أمان الوين وكسر بحي عندنا تشوف أو صوت لي وحصل لي مركز نبغي أو كهرباء ويش أعطوك الكتب معي مرستكون السيادة ورسوله المبعوث بالسعادة ورسول السعادة هي الإمامة المتصدرين والنبي المخصوص بالشهادة ونبغي الشهادة القائم بيوم القيامة مقام المحمود ونبغي إستاغي إمامة القيامة فإن قلوب المؤمنين المؤمنين قلوبهم وأفئدة المتقين المتقين أفئدتهم وأرواح المشركين هو إله جلاله يأخذ تحيا نشر الحديث النبوي حديث النبوي نرجع نصافي وين ولد وتنير بين افتنسان سماع سيرة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بركة لك هذا كينا وقف في القلوب تأسوشي وتتشوق يهلو ذا إلى وصف أخلاق نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم الشريف أخلاق له ونفسك وشريفتها وتلمات له بروت ويهلو ذا وتتشوف وهو مرتاح إلى بيت أوساط جاهلة منيفة وتتشرف بقصد آدابه الجليلة اللطيفة آداب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم هي اللطيفة هي فأنت إذا وتتشرف بالبشر البلدان بقصد آدابه الجليلة اللطيفة وترتاح قلوب المؤمنين وقرأ في كل عام السنة والبعض إلى سماع مولده سنة والبعض مركز النبي لقى شيء مش أو شيء شيء نيا النبي لقى شيء شيء نيا
the world is still yet unseen, in which we have cut our children is burning land and drying dreams. Fatal no food to eat. 11 years inside, to change our ways and turn the tide. 11 years to purify our homesteads in nature's
Kwenda chuma ndalama kutipese, kupendezeza chuma ndalama kusetiko, Kupaya nyama kugulisa masengo nkulako. Kupaya nyama kushuka sanga nako nkulako.
دون بقية الشهور بلا كلا بلا كلا ما مشت وجهه وذلك بمكة أركب حكمها مكة والمدينة ومصر والشام وغيرها يفتح في بلاد الإسلام وبلاد الإسلام لكن الناس متفاوتون لكن تدخل بكرة سارة برابع عمد ثاني ومنهم من يسلك فيه وتعيش وتدعون في البركة ومنهم من يهلك في من هو هاني ولن تجد السنة لا تبديلا ولا تحويلا وكل يعمل على ساكنته فربه بمن هو هاني أنا أمرك ما بقى لا يسأل كريم اليوم النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يسأل كريم كما اسمه وبشعث لو أنا كنت ممكن تفضل شيء أما قال الشيء أما تنجر الشيء صلوا بنا بورتو أما خليني الناس وحيابها صوت يعني وعاس ووش لي كان لكن هدول أنا ما يشافين صلى الله عليه وسلم شان نتقرر سيدو وعلى قلوب المؤمنين تعور آخرته أو إيمان كله ألفي أبي النبي وذا يمتحن على صلى الله عليه وسلم أركاس مركا يعني حتى كسر إن ضمنا نشوف النيبان هذا وأول مرة طلع هذا قبل حادثة بلاوي حساب بلاوي فاضميين ولا نقدر نتبعها وأنا سبحان عالية ولا ستوقفين هذه الفليتين الصوب بلاوي بينتشار وأنا كان مش فتاة منه مغرب السنجات مغربي وبسها وإستغلفتي في التشيع روح عمل شيء تشيع مرة دين شيء أي أركز كتاب بس فقراء كتاب مضمون عود لكن بفضل الإسلام وفقهاء الأنام بلاوي يقول بلاوي كما اسمه وفقهاء وفضل الإسلام بس ما هي طبيعي وين هو عم حين موت الحين لكن تاريخي يبحثنا بالخبرة إن بدل فوق ميلان والبوين بتاع واحد أو لكن أنا هو هي ولا وحاجة حتى حالتها الناس بيرتين وحكوا شيخي الحمد لله شفين المربيني يقولون وكوري كوري سجل ثابت أو تبيجون السبكي وحكوري في شافي استقنا أبو شامة المجتهد المطلق من كده شنو فقهي يوم أدنى الكتاب الصلباعي كتاب الوقت مطبوع وغير مثلا وحيوان بالفعل وليه وصل ترقص بين لقى كان ما يكبر والنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قالوا لي ساسو يكتب كده يقول شرعي هو حسن شافي وده شيء عندما تطبق كان وده شيء مرحولي وأول من أضلع له أبغى أقول ذلك فعلا كان تبغى ففاز منه أقول إن شاء الله من أكل الثامن تلقى بابك أقول الملك المظفر أبو سعيد بن كوكبر ابن الملك ابن الملك علي ابن المبتكين أيها ابن المشهور فإنه أول تقدر يبغى بالحقب بالحق هو هو حبيب وفي زي معايا فاضميته الدولة آية بقر لها آية وحسب الحكم الجيران ويبرك هذا يقع فاضمينا بنوضي لأن هذا حيتاي رقم الأواخر وهذا أنا تطلب الشيء فإنه أول ملك ابن كثير حافظ ابن كثير تبغى حافظ بصورة وملك غير يقدر رأيه أو من حنا ممكن سبعين وسبعين يسوي ممكن يكون كلمات إن أول ملك من عرب والحكيم ودي مثل السبعين لمولد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم واحد تبعني الاحتفال كان في كل مدينة وما كان به يطلب لا يحاط به بجنم وظل أجمع سببا لبطل تلقون وقد ذكر أنه كان ينفق في المولد في كل حلم
And do we need to continue with this report, the basis of the report, etc.? Some background but very, very brief. Thanks, Sia. Pumla?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Today, the intent was to present the outcome of the study as approved by AAAP, and members may recall that.
Please look at the screen to see which table you need to find.
Last year, and Red Flame was the appointed company.
Probably it's your own country, but some we had to distribute to another country to get equal groups.
We will take the cue from the RWC, but we've taken note of the areas that
in the front is Eswatini. People who need to fight Eswatini, it's here. Here's South Africa.
And one of the questions
here's international.
Considering the sample size.
Here we have
Lesotho, that is conclusive or not.
Zimbabwe,
looking at the participants,
Namibia and Botswana.
Itself, and get as an issue that has been raised to get the recommendations aligned to the code. Because when the recommendation says propagate the culture of, I don't know, I've just forgotten what is it in the presentation, but it's around the culture of
okay. Now, then you are lucky because then you can choose where you want to sit. You want to probably sit here with Namibia.
Okay, I know.
Yeah. Just stick where I don't know where your name went.
But in Germany, tampimba tangfune for stay soft. Stay soft in the tarapa namashit.
Marta Goresses is there.
But lewe da yape. Sapating da ukuluma na.
So that they can align to the code, and they can also
this is
they give a reflection of who had
Malawi. Malawi is here for people who are still looking for Malawi. Here we have Angola and Mozambique. And here we have Zambia.
Where we want to go. And I think that feedback back to Red Flank will be most
over there.
in that direction. So I'm going to take that item as conclude 4.1 and move on to 4.2, which is the revised empowerment financing targets on the banks. We've got Barca.
He should do it. Yeah.
On that recommendation.
I can do it, but I'll talk to him.
And I'm going to ask Barca to be to the point, both to
Botswana is there. That's
had some feedback, and we've gone through it.
Basic that you can do the
I do that? Okay.
I can do it.
Yeah, you want
has presented?
Muzi.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Muzi.
Thanks, Chair. Just
yeah.
Did you put maybe on that page. This is just the guidance notes. I think to highlight on that page is that
I didn't move anything, but there were like 10 people working on tables.
30 billion.
So
that's for the period starting 2018 to December 2022.
Yeah. Okay.
So what we normally do is that we get the global figure, and once it gets approved.
Sorry, Mr. Sitola is missing an iPad which
by the FSTC. We then break it down.
Did somebody relocate an
for
iPad
individual banks based on their market share as taken out of the
we were just rearranging the tables.
So maybe if we can move to the
iPad
next
which
page.
is missing here. Yeah. Oh, there's an iPad here, Mr. Sitola.
Can we just scroll to the next page, please?
Okay, can I have your attention? This is a competition.
Basically, Lucy, you're making a 15% recommendation for an increase on the old target.
Yes, that's
Yeah?
it. And that's taking into account the micro challenges
As a
and
table,
where
you
the
can
economy
earn
might
a
be going,
prize.
which are the
Yeah?
other
Have I
parts of
now
the
your
presentation.
attention? Huh?
So yeah,
There's a little
the
prize
recommendation is a
because
15% increase on
at
previous
the end
target,
of this workshop,
which comes up to 150 billion.
you as a team, so you choose
BASA
one
seeking
person
approval of this
can
target.
win
Yes.
win a prize.
Okay.
And it's a prize for
Is there anyone in this room that disapproves the recommendation made by BASA? You all, Lebogang? Lebogang, please proceed. Guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Chair. Lebogang was very, very faint.
Loud and clear. Lebogang is very faint.
Tlago? Tlago, your hand
Madam
is up.
Muzi,
What is the story?
Madam Muzi, may you kindly mute?
Pardon me, Chair.
Yeah, hearing you.
Maybe just for record purposes, Labour is in the meeting. Tipisa has just joined us. Thank you, Chair. So we are correct.
Okay, perfect. I see Lebogang is now in. Lebogang, can you hear me now? Yes. Do you want to ask a question on the target?
Yes, sure. I just wanted to ask, I thought there'd be a presentation around some motivation, or is this it? That's the end of the discussion.
So there were some motivating points that were put in the slide beforehand relating to the macroeconomic environment, etc. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's it. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I was just asking a clarification. Thanks.
That's perfect. All right, Muzi, there's no objection to the 150 billion rand target. In fact, I think a 15% increase on that target.
So this is the case study.
pretty
We're going to do a
generous
case
given
study,
where,
and using the case
inflation
study that I'm going to explain to you, that is projected there. We are going to develop a business model of our choice using that business model canvas we have.
Recommended to the board.
So the case study goes as follows.
We can now move on.
Smallholder farmers in your country are struggling with unexpected heavy rainfalls, floods,
which is
prolonged dry spells, more prevalence of pests and diseases, and unusual timing of the onset of the rains and a shorter growing season.
Which is item 161.
A funding organization like a Global Center on Adaptation or Africa Development Bank is providing a USD 3 million for a 2-year project to enhance smallholder farmers' climate change adaptation capacity and resilience to climate change. The project seeks to enhance smallholder farmers' access to information that can help them to make climate-informed decision-making. The funding is meant to increase farmers' resilience to climate change and hence improve their agricultural production. So, during the implementation of the project, a DCAS, a location and crop-specific farming advice, including suggesting time of planting and weather forecast, will be piloted. So, during the implementation of the project, a DCAS will be piloted. Please build a business model that can allow for upscaling of the DCAS, right? Beyond the project lifetime using the business model canvas provided. So you are building a DCAS of your choice. So you decide as a country that which type of DCAS do you want to do, then you build it using that business canvas. So I think that is that. Any questions? Is the assignment clear? I'm a lecturer, so yes. Please, no artificial intelligence. No artificial intelligence, please.
Well, why not? I mean,
we want original ideas, innovation. So please, let's get to it if there are no questions.
Are there more questions on how it's done? Yeah. So how do you propose they do it in terms of everybody starts thinking about something they want in, and you can use the sticky notes, just put your first ideas, that's handy, and then you discuss what everybody's ideas are, yeah, before you make a final decision, yeah. So if you first put your ideas down and you click, I have an idea of the channels, I have an idea about this, yeah, and then you discuss it per block, I would suggest, and then you agree on something per block, yeah, because then that is convincing. You can't have 10 ideas in a block, it has to be one idea, yeah. And the business canvas is, the idea is that really they're normally on an A4, that you really have to choose what is important, what is the key thing of it. You can't make long stories. That's the whole idea of a business model canvas, yeah. So it's not yet about the funding and the exact finances of the business model. It's about how do you get this combination of things as a combined thing to work, and that you don't forget anything, because without, you can have so much, you know, if you don't have a revenue stream, you can't fund it. If you don't have a value proposition, you don't have anything, yeah. So normally the discussion starts with the value proposition. Just put your ideas on a sticky note, what comes to mind, and then later on you discuss. Maybe you have a chair, maybe you already choose somebody to do the elevator page. You organize yourselves. You are mostly in your own country, so
Hello, everyone. Participants online, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you for your patience. We just had some technical problems to switch to Zoom. So yeah, a warm welcome again to the day 2 of the Digital Climate Advisory Services training. We are very happy that you're here with us today. And so now we are in another part of the program, which is a business model canvas exercise. And we decided to just do it separately. So on-site participants are in another room. They are having this facilitated group discussions with other colleagues and partners. And we decided to do it online together with you. So then you don't have the problems with connectivity and you have a better experience since we are all here online. And then it's a better facilitation, I think also better experience for you. So we have some help to achieve that. So as this event is co-organized by Aqualinks and Weather Impact, we have Weather Impact colleagues here present with us today. And I will just kindly ask them to put facilitator in front of their name so you can also easily see them in the list of the participants. But namely, they are Bob Amerlan, Tamara Lancel, Monica Estebanez. I still haven't learned the pronunciation, sorry. And we have Glenn as well. I think he's also here. I see him. Yeah, and he already renamed himself. So that's great. And we will be divided into breakout rooms. And then within the breakout rooms, you will have you will do your exercise with the business model canvas. And to facilitate that, we have an online tool, which is called IdeaFlip. And in this online tool, you can see the business model canvas together with the template that you can fill out and the explanation to help you in the whole process. I will share the link so then you can already see how it looks, and I can also share my screen to explain to you how it works.
No, they don't want any mics. I just spoke to Paul, and Paul has said no mics in here. I don't know, interrupts.
I think we're still connected to the main room.
Since we're still with the online people connected to the main box over here,
Yeah.
is it possible to disconnect?
Can I mute? Now we can hear them. That's fine. So just to show you where we will work today. So this is the link for the business model canvas that I shared in the chat. So you can try to access this link. You don't need to make an account. So you can just put your name. So when you enter the link, it asks you either you join anonymous or you join with your name. So it would be nice if you can please put your name and also your country and the company or organization if you want. And so we are here now in the IdeaFlip, so you can see that we will have 4 groups. So therefore, we have 4 canvases, 4 groups of canvases, and this is the canvas that Brian explained. So this is a general business model canvas. There was a presentation in the morning and also an introduction to the exercise. So this is what you will work on today. And we start with the value propositions. So once you go into your groups, you start with this first part, and then you can continue from there and fill out the other boxes. And the last part is the cost structure and revenue stream. So these ones are to be filled in last. Is that clear? Do you understand how the IdeaFlip works? I see some people that are joining, so I guess the link works. You can unmute yourself, say yes, you can type in the chat, you can use reactions, just some thumbs up that it's clear.
Yes, we just joined in. Madam.
Okay. Okay, then should I then reshare the link? You joined. You joined the link. Okay, okay. I understood that you joined the meeting, so then the link would not be visible. But okay, then that works. So in the meantime, I will make the breakout rooms, and I give the floor to Janina to introduce herself to you and also to tell you a bit about what we are doing here. So please, Janina, go ahead.
Yes, sure. Hi, everyone. So while Paula is preparing the breakout rooms, quickly, I'm also from Weather Impact. You might have seen my presentation yesterday. And I just want to give you some logistics as well. So we will do this exercise because there was some delay until 12:15, then it should be all rounded up. Of course, if you really like discussing with your group and you want to stay longer, feel free to use your lunch break, but I would also suggest to get lunch because we will go back into the room with the on-site participants at 1. So then we will hear another talk from Oxfam Burundi about upscaling and also about gender issues and digital barriers, gender barriers. So really how to involve women in these services, which is also a very interesting topic. We will also hear more about how to involve youth and how we can make agriculture again interesting field to work in for young people. And then we will again have group discussions. And these will be again facilitated in this online setting, just like now with breakout rooms. So please hang in there for the whole day, because I think these sessions will be very interesting for you to connect with each other and learn from each other. So yesterday was more about really listening and today is more about engaging. Yes, and about at 4:30 we will round up the event, and we will also ask you to fill in an evaluation form that is needed so that you can receive your participation certificate afterwards. So we have your complete names and everything is correct on the certificate. Yes, thank you very much. I think Paula is by now done with the breakout rooms. That's great. So I will give the floor back and I hope you enjoy this exercise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janina, and thank you all for your patience. So the rooms are ready now, and just let me know if somebody is not able to access the idea flip. Also, the facilitators will share the link, so you will also have access. They will help you to how to actually use the tool. I mean, I can quickly show you. But then you have the sticky notes on the side, so it's quite easy to use it. You just need to pull it from the side, and then you put in the sticky notes into the canvas in the box where you're discussing now, and then you can double click and you type something like hi. You press OK, and then it's here. And if you want to change the size of the sticky notes, you need to press Shift, and then you can change the size. So it's the Shift button on your keyboard, and then it's like you can go in any direction. Yeah. Okay. So I hope that's clear. I will move you now into the breakout rooms, and we will have 45 minutes for this exercise. So I will let you know when the time is close, and also facilitators will keep in mind of the time to let you know you have 15 minutes left, 10 minutes left, and 5 minutes left or something. And then I will call you back into the room, and then we are finished with the exercise. So please keep in mind at the time that you go through all of the parts of the business model canvas, and enjoy and have fun. And I hope you will meet some also interesting people. And if you want, you can turn on your cameras when you're discussing, if the internet connection allows it. I will be also in one of the rooms. So yeah, good luck, and I will see you later.
Hello, if you have any problems joining our breakout room, please speak up, let us know so that we can assign you to a room. Or you can also type it in the chat, whatever you prefer. So we still see about 15 people in the main room. Did you all see something popping up on your screen that you were asked to join a room? Because if not, please let us know in the chat so we can solve this as quick as possible.
Yeah,
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, could you please resend the link to the breakaway room? I lost the network and it's refusing to give me the link again.
Musopelo, Moanda, can you hear me? Delva, I see,
Hello,
I
please
can
resend
assign
the
you to a
link.
room because I see that you are not joined, so I will give you a link now.
Hello, madam.
And I also see Muzi. Muzi, can you unmute? Taban Abina. I see that you're still not assigned, so it's just let me know if you have any problems or if you're here, so then we can move you to a correct room. Okay, I will just, Janina, I will just go to the breakout room too to help them. And for the people that are here, yeah. So if somebody, yeah, we can see if somebody responds a bit later. Okay, I'll see you in a bit.
Then Zimbabwe. Okay, I'm going to put a timer when you start, and then I say and I get the whole jury to say when your 1 minute is finished. Just wait with starting. Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't see that. Right? You didn't see this.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think.
Oh, you also got a timer. Okay. No. Oh, then we don't have to. That will make noise as well or not? Okay. Okay. No. Okay. But, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. So, can I have silence in the room, please? Can I have silence in the room? This is the business case of Zimbabwe. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now.
Good afternoon, jury. We are the government of Zimbabwe, and we're here to give you a value proposition. We want to create a real-time, crop-specific and location-specific agronomic advisory service for specifically increasing farm-level productivity. Our yields at communal level are 1.2, and we're aiming for a minimum of 3.4 tons per hectare. Why Zimbabwe? We have 6 supporting institutions that are geared to support this investment. We have clearly thought out and streamlined activities for you to invest and give you value for money, specifically around baselining, seasonal forecasts, as well as co-creating our DCAS with the farmers. Lastly, as the government have already invested in DCAS by registering 1.6 million, and part of your investment is going to support the registration of 1.4.
I'm sorry, but I think you made your point clear. Sorry, I'm getting out of the elevator. I'm picking international. Angola, Mozambique are also ready now. Let them come forth. Yeah. Wait with talking until I say yes. Yeah. Until it starts. Yeah.
I would like to ask you if it's fine if I do it in English.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is. So you have 1 minute in Portuguese, and then the translators can. Yeah, that's a bit difficult. Let's see how we do that. Huh? No. That's unfair. Translator, can I have a translator? No, can you come here? Yeah, so he gets, they get 2 minutes, yeah? Because they need to translate it. Can you come here to help explain the, so they have 2 minutes, but it's including translation, yeah?
So it's fine if I do the whole presentation in Portuguese and then
you can decide that with him, because I don't know how he wants it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
We're a group of Mozambique and Angola.
Oh, yes, this is number 3.
And our proposal is basically to have a training and as well as awareness to the small farmers.
No, the whole thing is it's just the available, which we just given.
And this project is basically shared between Angola and Mozambique, and is made for the basin.
Yes. So
the main task to present the services as well as to advocate for the farmers. We also have a partners, banks with the government as well as private sectors. We also need for effects, we need a human resource, we need education as well as
if you check that one, which accent initial I think there's some permissive accent initially. Oh, do you have a pen with me, right? A pen, open.
In terms of customers, they have the small farmers as well as those that are beginning to integrate in the market. Well, in terms of channels, they have SMS and other processes that they mentioned about some applications.
Okay, thank you. No, it was twice a minute.
No need to reach everyone.
We now give the floor to South Africa. Wait for the counting, the countdown. That's Mozambique City for the
district central province.
Okay, can Mozambique and Angola sit down? And we're starting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We present a smart decision support system for small scale farmers. We will work with partners, which include the Mighty South Africa Service, government institutions, which includes Water Research Council. We will ensure that this is contextualized to small scale farmers because we are using design science. And at the end of the day, our value proposition is that when the farmers make use of our system to make decisions, we'll end up with an increase of 40% in yields and a reduction of at least 15% in carbon emission. We have customer relations that includes farmer champions so that we work with the grassroots farmers. We'll also give them capacity building. This system works with the key things like Internet of Things, machine learning to ensure that it's smart.
So that is the nation address there.
Yeah, very well. Okay, next group. Are we getting Zambia? Okay, let's
that's number 4. Yeah,
let's sit down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to Zambia. So we want to develop an early warning system. This early warning system is targeted at smallholder farmers who are our customers. What are we doing? We want to develop prototype digital tools, and this will work with the government. Our key stakeholder is government, the Met departments, the Ministry of Agriculture, ZARI that does early warning system monitoring for pests. We also want to work with the mobile providers because at the end of the day, our revenue sources will come from subscriptions. We also look at having maybe 0.5% of our income tax, the same way we do for national health, and also adverts on the app. We hope that money will come in through there. We'll do digital tools. It will be local, location specific. What haven't I said? We need human resource, finance, and yeah, finance will come from you.
Yay. Yeah. That was good. Yeah, it was very good. Okay. Lesotho is coming up. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Thank you very much. We are going to present on behalf of Lesotho. So looking at some of the problems that are facing our farmers in terms of crops. Then we said, in terms of the customer segments, we have the Farmers Association, we have the Farmers Union. Then we said, okay, our relationship with those farmers is that then we have to make sure we do the advisory services. Then we need to make sure that we have the weather forecast. Then we said, okay, let's see the key partners. We said we need the Ministry of Agriculture, we need the meteorology. Then we have to involve the farmers, the NGOs. Then we say, okay, what are the activities that we are going to do? We are going to sensitize the farmers. We have to make sure that we do the campaigns, and then we do the TV programs. Then we say, okay, the values that we have said.
So go as soon as I can.
Okay. Oh, again, light. Wait, let's wait for the light to come back. But so we have international still, and Botswana and Namibia, and Malawi also still, and Eswatini. Okay, still quite a few to go. One more. Okay. Yeah. I hope. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, there was electricity. Then yeah. Okay. Next one is that's Botswana and Namibia.
2024. Jail is not applicable. Then you put him in a situation.
Ready? So wait, 1 second. I have to count. Then we start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The mic. You need a mic. Yeah.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
We are from the district. Our customer relation is small farmer holders and agriculture extension officers.
So 55 days. So long they will say they have the mic, okay, you are free service there. No, but who is sending a bag?
I am not sure who is now speaking, but I think then you cannot hear anybody anymore, right? Is that the thing that the Zoom just connects to the other room, so that's why you can hear what they're talking. But yes, so thank you all for this exercise. I saw that there was a lot of things going on in the idea flip, so I'm just wondering how did it go, and the idea is every group can share something. So please keep it brief. You can tell your main takeaways, and also facilitators can share how it went. So please, group 1, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Paula. Yes, it went quite well at some point. The beginning was a bit rough since the presentation by Brian was not completely attended. So we decided, for sake of time, also to stick to a slightly more general digital climate advisory service. So we did not manage to tick all the boxes, but yeah, for value propositions, we figured that the goal is to make resilient crops and to improve yields, to be better able to manage risks, ensure food and nutrition security. That was a bit our starting point. And Then activities would be to process data and send this data to smallholder farmers. Or then the partners that we figured out were the farmers themselves, the government, suppliers of input. So for example, data, Ministry of Agriculture and telecommunication companies. Then we moved to key resources where we need smartphones, for example, weather data, a software developer, who would be the one to design the app or the website. Therefore, we also need internet and electricity.
Glenn, sorry, I will stop you there. But it's just like we have like 1 minute per group, so then we can quickly go through all the groups. But thanks a lot. Then somebody from my group, group 2, do you want to share briefly what you discussed?
Hello everyone. Yes, I think I'll just briefly share what we didn't really discuss, but okay, what we discussed. So for our key partners, we also had farmers. I think they're the main partner. We have the government, obviously, in terms of land tenure, especially in Zimbabwe, it's topical. So they're a key partner. You met services, the ones who provide the information on where the patterns, the agricultural extension officers, very important for treatment. I think early warning system is supposed to be on the value proposition. It's one of our benefits for this business model that we're proposing. We also had financial literacy training. Obviously, money is involved here, so there's need for the farmers to be well aware of where to allocate the funds to, how, and for what is the management of the funds. Then we also had training on weather patterns, maybe use of your weather, your rain gauges and the like. Key resources, obviously access to constant weather updates, your smartphones, access to internet, we didn't manage to put it there, and yeah. And your the value proposition, I think the main one is food security. Enhanced disaster preparedness is also a very important takeaway from this. And risk management. Yeah, I think the main things that we managed to get done in the short space of time that we had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really nice. I'm glad that you managed in the end to still have some ideas and some of the business model filled out. And then somebody from group 3.
So maybe Abibo or Olive, you want to share something we discussed? You had some pretty good ideas.
I think I can do it. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So basically in our group, our discussions were mostly about how we can provide this DCAS to these smallholder farmers. And we were talking about how we can just help in co-creation of farmer associations and cooperatives. And we can also just partner with some organizations and the government so that they could assist us in reaching out to the smallholder farmers. And also talked of how these smallholder farmers, they can use what they generate to be paying for these DCAS and sustaining these services. If there's something that I've missed, I think somebody can come in as well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. And thank you for all of your questions. I usually have a lot of questions for you, but that's really nice. And I see that you're very focused on the smallholder perspective. So yeah, please keep them going. And the last group, please, somebody from group 4.
Someone from the group that wants to share some thoughts? Innocent or Senani?
Okay, thanks. I can just quickly. I think most of the things are kind of like the same, I guess, mentioned by the other three previous groups. So we started, I think, looking at the value propositions. So the first one, we thought of building resilience to climate change. Second, improvements or increasing production and productivity. Then obviously improved access to markets. Then from the value proposition, we then thought of what kind of resources do we need. We thought probably we need funding, for these DCAS, and also maybe look at the infrastructure which is needed, data, the technology, the content, as well as the human capacity who is going to develop all this. Then in terms of activities, we identified, I think, 5 key activities. Needs assessment, I think it goes back to what other colleagues are saying, co-creation, really are trying to identify, the needs of the smallholder farmers. Then secondly, co-selection or co-identification of the technologies that are appropriate for delivering the DCAS. Then the third one is actually content development, then capacity development, and lastly, monitoring and evaluation of the various activities should be taking place. Then I think I can maybe mention, I think some of those things are pretty much the same, but in terms of customer relations, we thought of, the customer relationship is mainly between the DCAS provider and the smallholder farmers, whereby the DCAS provider are responsible for developing, implementing, and maintaining the service, while the smallholder farmers are the ones who benefit, who use the service to access information and the various services that can help them to improve their livelihoods and build resilience to climate change. And the different channels which I identified are like mobile phones, radio, televisions, community-based organizations, the web, as well as phone, smartphone, and those which are not. So I think in short, this is what I can share from Group 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Amazing. Yeah, thanks a lot to everybody. I see now that the people in the main room are also finished, so we are also good with time. Thank you so much to everybody that participated, and thank you to our amazing facilitators. We will have another this type of exercise. It's a completely different topic, but it's also a very interesting one. So at the end of the day, we will also have another of this type of discussions. So I hope you will be back soon. And then now we'll go to the break until 1 so at 1 p.m. GMT +2, which is in 38 minutes. So you have a break, and then we will be back for the presentations from Kanekanye Tonderai. All right. Thank you and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Have a good lunch all.
I wanted to try Monday.com for a while, but I was nervous it was going to be an issue to switch over. Our business has been firing on all cylinders, but I felt like our work management software was holding us back. We decided to go for it, and honestly, we felt the difference right away. It took only a few clicks to import all of our work data to Monday.com. You can manage more clients, more projects, more everything. It can take the heat and it runs fast, so we can move fast. But for me, I really felt the difference in the open channel we have with Monday.com. If I have a question or need advice, they're there every step of the way. We get to have solutions that are tailor-made for what we need. I swear, if we knew it was that easy, we would have switched ages ago.
We are enablers. We make enabling software for a very specific IT professional. You. Yeah, you. To make sure it works for you, we built a whole department we call Partner Success. See? And filled it with helpful people, like Laura. Her whole job is listening to you, understanding your business, and connecting you to solutions.
Yeah, now I have noise. So if everybody can just sit down and relax while we're having we're not going to rearrange the tables. Second part of the afternoon, we again have a workshop. So if you need a table for your laptop, then try and get a hold of that position, and otherwise just, if you can be a bit flexible in that sense, because it's too much. Welcome back. I would like the jury to come and sit here in front, or stand here, because it doesn't take that long, if that's possible. Where's Bruce? Bruce, can you also come? So how is it arranged? Is somebody talking on your behalf? Brian is going to. Okay, and Bruce is the. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to give you the bars just quickly. Yeah. So everybody's of course excited. Who gets the bars of gold? Brian Moreira, as the chair of the jury, will announce the winner of this.
And the winner is. Can we guess? I'm hearing out of Zambia, Eswatini, Malawi, international. Everyone is a winner.
Yeah, we hope you learned something. Yeah.
Yes. No, the winner is Zambia.
So everybody of Zambia, can you come forward? The group of Zambia, can you come forward? Yeah, if you can walk that way, shake hands, then you can go that way. How many were you? How many people? Okay, come forward and shake hands, and the funder will give you 1, 2. It's only 4 people in your group. Wait, where they home? Okay, this you can give the basket. I'll get the basket back. Yeah. Bars of gold to invest. Yeah. And then for your colleague, can you also take for the one who's not there yet? Yeah.
And the second placed team or country. Okay, let me tell you why Zambia won. Zambia won because number one, they had a concrete product. They said that they are doing an early warning system, right? It was very clear. Then they also thought clearly and they articulate on their price model. They talked about a subscription service, right? Then they also were clear regarding the consortium, the partners. It was very clearly articulated, and they also included mobile networks. So that is why they were winning, team.
Yeah.
Okay, second best team, Malawi.
Okay, Malawi can come forward. We have a second best basket.
Yeah.
I don't know how many there were, but you can distribute from there. Yeah. Bars of gold are distributed for. You were more than 4. Eh? How many were you? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so congratulations to Malawi, and I will quickly explain why the jury decided to give you the second prize. So you were talking about weather clinics, which we thought was a very innovative approach. So that was a big plus. And also you thought about including insurance companies in the partners. That was also something outstanding from your business model. So that's why you get the second prize. Congratulations.
Okay, now I could have something else for you. Yes, yeah. So and now it's my privilege to again introduce Yannick. No, first, sorry. Kanje Tonderij? Where is he? Okay, you have the mic already. So Kanje Tonderij is the former youth officer of the Zimbabwe Farmers Union. And he's now at Bandura University of Science Education. He originally has a diploma in forestry, but he also has a BCom in economics, a Bachelor of Science in Evaluation and Monitoring, and a Master of Science in Health Economics. Wow. But Kanye is going to explain us what DCAS can mean as an opportunity for the youth in Southern Africa. Good luck to you.
Good afternoon once again. It is my great honor to be in front of you talking about the opportunities associated with the DCAS, specifically looking at the youth. We have had several presentations since yesterday, but we were being told of smallholder farmers. And to me, it appeared as if all the farmers, the smallholder farmers, are a homogeneous group, yet we have smallholder farmers who are very young. And it also reminded me, as I was coming to South Africa, I was reading this article, which was written by FAO, to say, in Africa, the average age of a farmer is 60 years, yet about 60% of the Africa's population is made up of the youth who are aged below 24 years. So it means there's a problem that needs to be solved if we are to make sure that climate adaptation and mitigation is done in the context of agricultural transformation in Africa. So without wasting much of your time, so like I said, Digital Climate Advisory Service, or DCAS, they present an opportunity for the smallholder young farmers in the African context. And it also it can also enable sustainable agribusinesses for young farmers on the continent. So before I make my presentation, I have 3 questions on main meter. But this time around, I didn't want the yes and no's that we've been seeing since yesterday. But for me, I tried as much as possible. I wanted to see actually the challenges that are associated by the smallholder farmers, or the challenges that the youth face in trying to access climate information in their country.
Otherwise, we listen to online, but we would like once you are on Wi-Fi, can go to www.menti.com, and then you see where you can type a code. Yeah, And you can, oh, where is the screen going? No, oh, it's coming back. Okay. Then we see the number. So we just go to venti.com. And Paula is showing you in a minute the code. No signal. Okay, so go back to the slide with the code. We need the code.
So you can use the code that's at the top of the screen.
Yeah. 34931182. 931182. Yeah, and then you can, there's now 9 responses. What are some of the challenges that you face as a young agripreneur in the context of climate change in your country? Just use a few, 2 or 3 words maximum, not a whole sentence. So the software is showing itself which words are used a lot and which are not. You don't have to choose from these words. You can use your own words. Yeah. Extreme heat and dry spell are staying on. Extreme weather events, less rainfall. But just go for it. Everything is captured. Okay.
I have 2 more questions, so you can just stay logged into Menti, and when I switch slide, you can put in another set of words that are corresponding to the question.
Yeah, so this one is 44 responses.
Okay.
Have you captured the picture? I don't know how to say.
It's saved.
It's saved, okay.
Okay, we move on to the next question. We had a lot of responses, so 51 responses. So the second question is, how do you access and use climate information to make decisions for agribusinesses in your country? No.
Kanye, you're free to comment on it. Eh? I'm doing it, but you're free to comment and say if you want to say something about it. You expect these answers, or you have to comment on it as well.
Okay, I wanted to comment on the third question.
Oh, on the third, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's already 59 responses. That's great.
And also when some words are repeated, so if multiple people type in the same word, it becomes bigger. So it also, the size of the words indicates how many people actually responded in the same way. So radio is a big answer to this question, for example.
Can you go to the next question, the last one? Yeah.
Then we will move on to the last question. What are some of the benefits of using digital climate advisory services for your agribusinesses?
Don't think too long, just type it in. Paula, I think we're almost there with 76 responses. Eh? Paula? Oh, 82, even 83.
Thank you so much for the responses. So see, the reason why I brought these 3 questions is because previously we have been asked the questions to say, have you ever accessed your climate information? But it doesn't show the diversity of how we accessed the information. So this is the reason why I didn't want to give you close the question to say yes or no. And it also tells us the fundamental reasons or the fundamental principles of when we are coming up with certain certain programs targeting the farmers. We should know that the farmers, they are not a homogeneous group, but they are a diverse group. Some they use radio, some they use SMS, but with the young farmers now, let's talk of ICT in the agricultural sector, whereby if you look on the African platform, whereby since time immemorial, traditional methods in the agricultural sector has been used. And one of the reasons is prior to that statement that I've given you to say in Africa, we are a youthful population, yet the average age of a farmer is 60 years. So here I'm going to speak about the opportunities and strategies for youth to create sustainable agribusiness. So at ZFU, one of the things that we actually did as a former youth officer at Zimbabwe Farmers Union was to come up with the agri-app, agri-radio, and agri-web for the young farmers. So you'd find that when we are talking of agribusiness, we are not talking of the markets only, but we are talking for a lot of issues. We need a lot of solutions that are diversified. So when we are talking of business, it speaks to planning, speaks to coordination Because remember, when you are doing business, if it is to be sustainable, you are not operating in a vacuum. So you need to collaborate with different stakeholders, among other issues. So with the agri-app, what we intended to do is to make sure that we have the weather forecast, crop management, the market prices, the platform to interact with other farmers and experts. And one important aspect is that when you are doing business, the prices for your products or commodities, where you are going to sell them, if you don't have enough information, you might be get a loss simply because you don't have enough information of where to sell your product profitably. Because when you are talking of farming as a business, we are not talking of just production in terms of huge numbers, but we are saying when you produce, you need something out of it. You need to derive value out of it as a farmer. And then secondly, we also came up with the agri-radio, whereby we envisage to share agronomic information, success stories, opportunities for young farmers in different languages and regions. So you'll find that, like I said, smallholder farmers, they are a diverse group, they are different. But when it comes to the young farmers themselves, you'll find that some of the farmers, they live in the peri-urban areas, some they are found in the rural areas. So you can say you want to use maybe a radio or maybe an agri-web alone, because those young farmers, they live in different areas. So we need to make sure that this heterogeneous group, they need to have access to markets, access to information, access to agroeconomic practices as well. So we also came up with an online platform that connected the young farmers with the buyers, input suppliers, financial institutions, and exchange services. And one of the most successful stories when it comes to this, you'd find that during my time at the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, we managed to come up with commodity associations of young farmers. A good example is the dairy commodity in Marondera, Mashonaland East. We have also another group in Chipinge, that is Manicaland, for the macadamia. And then we also have another group in Chiredzi for the sugarcane. So you'd find that as an institution, Zimbabwe Farmers Union, it's very difficult to advocate for policy changes when farmers are operating in silos. But if you say we have a group of young farmers, maybe 100, and they are saying the prices for the inputs are very high, you are talking to the government to say, you guys, you're the policy makers, so you need to make sure that we create an enabling environment to make sure that the business for the young farmers is sustainable. So this was one of the success stories when we came up with these three. And then this is, so these initiatives, we aimed to improve productivity and resilience. Because what we are saying that you may be successful today as a young farmer, but suppose that we see your success story in maybe on social media, and then the next day we are told that young farmer is no longer successful. So we need to talk about resilience. A good example is in Zimbabwe in 2019, whereby we had a bumper harvest. But when the COVID-19 came in, everything was history. So when we are talking of agricultural transformation, climate adaptation and mitigation, we should not forget about productivity and resilience. So I move on to the issue of partnerships and collaboration. One of the key aspects that I highlighted when I introduced my presentation is that the young farmers, they are vulnerable. In the context of Zimbabwe, you'd find that the young farmers, they do not have collateral security maybe to get a loan from the bank. And if they are able to do so, you'd find that the interest rates are very high. And in our country, you'd find that Zimbabwe is one of the countries with highest short-term interest rates. So it speaks to a problem whereby the young farmers, despite being vulnerable, they cannot access finance from the they cannot access the loans from the financial institutions. Also, besides that, the young farmers, they are also being labeled as a risky group because there's a high tendency of default from the young farmers. So what we did at Zimbabwe Farmers Union, we made sure that we collaborate with other stakeholders in the agricultural sector to make sure that our farmers, or we can leverage on those collaborations. And one such collaboration that we made was with the government of Zimbabwe, the We Effect, the SACAO. And let me highlight one of the programs that we did with SACAO and Harare Institute of Technology. So you'd find that with SACAO right now, I'm sure we are doing the third training on agripreneurship training, whereby we are targeting the young farmers. And with the Harare Institute of Technology, this is a government institution, it's a university. They actually provided us with their incubation hub. So you'd find that in Zimbabwe, under the Education 5.0, one of the pillars is innovation. And one of the institutions that are at the forefront of innovation is the tertiary institutions. So we worked with Harare Institute of Technology, who actually provided us with their incubation hub. But imagine if the young farmers were to build their innovation hub, was it going to be possible? So this is one of the things that we did at Zimbabwe Farmers Union, to say we need to leverage on collaborations to make sure that the youth, they have access to various opportunities. So ZFU initiatives for youth, they are very diverse. So you find that there is Agripreneurship Summit, the Young Farmer Clubs, Fit for Life, Young Farmers Innovation Lab. But let me go straight no, can you see what is written at the top?
Digital.
Okay. All right. So the ZFU has been promoting the participation of young agripreneurship in the digital economy. So through the Young Agripreneur Development Program, ZFU has trained and mentored over 500 young farmers in 2023 on how to use digital technologies. And some of these technologies I've highlighted to say we included the mobile apps, and to make sure that the young farmers are linked to markets. Like I said, you can produce, but if you're not linked to the markets, then you're good as dead, because you're deriving nothing out of your efforts, whatever you're doing. And you know farming, how farming it is like. It is about timing. It is about getting what you must get after all your efforts, right? And if you fail to get it, it means you have to wait for another round. So we made sure that we link our young farmers to the markets. And I move on to the Young Agripreneurship Summit. Let me emphasize the importance of innovation, especially when it comes to the young smallholder farmers. Last year, our agricultural agripreneurship summit, our theme was driven by innovation. It was powered by innovation, driven by value chain. So you'd find that with this with the agripreneurship summit, we bring the youth together. They share their experiences, they share their ideas to say, this is what I'm doing, to make sure that they motivate one another. Unlike a situation whereby the young smallholder farmers are operating in silos, one is in Manicaland, one is in another province, it becomes a challenge. So these are some of the objectives of the Young Agripreneurship Summit. And among the objectives is to create a platform for allowing peer learning, creativity, innovation, and motivation among the young farmers themselves. So I move on to the issue of conservation agriculture. So ZFU has been promoting conservation agriculture across the country. So the program has trained rural young people and youth in primary and secondary school. So here, the main idea was to make sure that we catch them young. Because one of the problems that we noticed at the ZFU is to say, of course, we came up with different programs, but you'd find that most of the programs probably we offer them to a group, maybe they are 35, 38. But imagine if you can offer such a program to someone who is 8, who is still at primary school, you're actually going to get a dividend in terms of participation, in terms of the time that they are going to be in the agricultural sector. So this was one of the major idea behind this, of training and partnering with primary schools. And for this program, 50 school-based young farmers clubs with demo plots, and 40 community demo plots were supported. So these are some of the pictures. I'm not so sure if they are visible enough for the demo plots. So also Zimbabwe Farmers Union has been promoting innovation among young agripreneurship in acceleration of building successful agribusiness. So through the Young Farmers Innovation Lab, ZFU has innovatively developed and nurtured entrepreneurship abilities of young farmers in Zimbabwe. And this program equipped young farmers with agribusiness entrepreneurship and ICT skills. And it also helped the young farmers to penetrate structured markets like SPAR, Pick and Pay, and TM supermarkets. Like I said, the young farmers, they are vulnerable, not only when we talk of the access to finance, but even when we speak of access to markets. And in the context of Zimbabwe, you'd find that we have the middlemen who control the agricultural sector. Those guys, they are not into farming, but what they are good at doing is to make sure that when it is harvesting period, they make sure that they control the market to an extent that the young farmers at the end of the day, they will get anything, they'll get nothing out of it. So with this program, the young farmers manage to sell their agricultural products to the big supermarkets like the SPAR and Pick and Pay. And you can imagine that achievement as young farmers. So another success story from ZFU is the Fit for Life program, whereby Zimbabwe Farmers Union collaborated with Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education.
What the bar has, so that we can decide if we still do 2 drinks free for the bar tonight. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I continue? Yeah. So with this program, it was a collaboration between the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, and the teachers for the children were also trained. And the learning contents for the program was the literacy and numerous program, the agricultural training, that is crops and livestock, and farming as a business, and financial literacy. So this was after the realization that, of course, we talk of agriculture as a business, but the young farmers themselves had to introspect themselves if they are aware of what is business, what is agripreneurship. Of course, we can talk all day to say we want agribusiness, we are talking of sustainable agribusiness, but do they understand what sustainable agribusiness is? So this was among the key objectives of this Fit for Life program, whereby ZFU targeted the young children in primary school. So another program that we did to ensure that the young farmers, they have successive agribusinesses was the club empowerment and entrepreneurship. So I'm repeating the same program, sorry. Okay. So with the young farmer, with this one, the program reached about 30,634 youths, of which 38% were females. So before I finish off on my presentation, so you'd find that with all what we did when I was a youth officer at Zimbabwe Farmers Union, we tried to make sure that the young farmers, number one, they are linked to the markets. Number two, they have access to finance. Number three, they can leverage on the collaborations that ZFU did with various partners. And thirdly, we endeavored to capacitate the young farmers in different facets of agribusiness, that is from the agronomic practices and the business itself. So under its new vision, the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, it endeavors to see a resilient, commercialized, and viable agricultural sector. Yesterday, we were told by the AFDB to say we're going to target the youths. We want the agriculture to be very resilient. So if we are successful in climate adaptation and mitigation, we must make sure that the agricultural sector must be resilient. And if we want to talk of agribusiness, we should make sure that the agricultural sector is commercialized and it is viable. Now we'll be talking of sustainability of the agricultural sector. And by leveraging on DCAS approach, ZFU has enabled young entrepreneurs not only to contribute to the resilience and prosperity of the agricultural sector in Zimbabwe, but also to create employment opportunities, generate income, and enhance their skills and capacities in the digital age. But before I finish off, have we ever heard of this tree called baobab tree? In Shona, we call it muyu, and the scientific name for that tree is Adansonia digitata. And one of the ancient uses for the baobab tree, to those who read widely, is it has been used as a habitat and shelter. So my point is, if you want agricultural transformation, if we want to make sure that we leverage on the DCAS principles, if we want to make sure that there is agricultural transformation in Africa, let's make agricultural sector the home for everyone, specifically the young farmers. I thank you.
Talk, and I always am struck if I'm in Zimbabwe, you know, even kids in primary school, they all get taught about agriculture. Yeah, it's embedded in the whole, so they learn to grow and what is involved in agriculture as a subject quite young. No, thanks, that was very interesting, and I'm sure you have a lot of, so I'm more flexible on time this afternoon. Yeah, so if there's still some questions, is there still a question from the audience? Yeah, because it was not, I took some of his time with the jury thing, etc. So we're quite flexible today.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the presentation. The way you're approaching it is like Zimbabwe's got available tracts of land that they can just easily allocate to the youth. In my country, we have a challenge with this, and the major challenge is the succession of these old 60-year-old farmers who are still decoupled from their children who are supposed to take over. So how would you advise we handle that? Because with this DCAS system, we've got the digital tools and platforms, which the smartphones we discover from the local farms are being used by their children. So how can you foster succession and sustainability in the whole thing? Thank you.
I'm not so sure if I got your question correctly. Is it? Okay, you can come again.
Okay, the concern is that the way you're approaching it, you sound like Zimbabwe's got vast tracts of land. If some youth wants to farm, you tell them go there, and then you organize them in that way. We have a scarcity of land, and the old farmers are talking about, it's the same challenge there. You see, they are not bringing their children closer for effective succession, but now they've bought some phones, which the children are using. So whatever they're receiving, the children are telling them that, oh, this is what is happening. So how can you leverage that to effectively come up with succession at farmer level, so that that gap of 60 and 25 can be bridged, and then the kid can take over, and then the sustainability. This is that's my concern. It's clear now.
All right. Thank you so much for your question. It's not like we've got vast tracts of land in Zimbabwe, but for this one, I think this is a peculiar issue, because if you come from Malawi, if I come from Zimbabwe, we have different land tenure systems. You understand? So in the context of Zimbabwe, let me give you an example. Myself, I come from Mashingo, right? I never bought land in my entire life, but my grandfather left land, about 200 hectares. And if I want to do my farming, I can just go there and start my business. I have not paid anything, but it also depends with the land tenure system in your country. So I'm not so sure where you come from, how is it that like, but in Zimbabwe, prior to a lot of development that took place along the way, you'd find that if I want to participate in the agricultural sector, I can do that because we had the land reform program, and also the land tenure system in our country. I'm not so sure if you are answering.
Yeah. Another question, otherwise I'll. Yes, come to, okay, get the mic, yes.
Thank you. I'm also from Zimbabwe Farmers Union, so I thought I could also add more to that. For other projects that we did, like the Young Farmers Club, for the primary school kids, every school has land, every primary school has land, even with room for expansion, for farming, for gardens, big land. So that's just a low-hanging fruit for us. We just took advantage of that. And we also have a joint venture approach in Zimbabwe, where young farmers can just rent land, because most of the elderly farmers who own the land can no longer use it all. So what the young farmers are doing, they are just renting, because the cost of renting is reasonable. A young farmer can make profit even if he is paying rent for the land. Thank you.
Okay, there's one online question. Paula, can you explain?
So we have a question from Kamisa Innocent, also from Zimbabwe. Thank you for the presentation. There are 3 innovative solutions. So you mentioned on the first slide, agri-app, agri-radio, and agri-web, still functional in Zimbabwe. So the question is, are they still in use? If yes, how can they be assessed? Are there specific names of the agri-app you developed, or agri-app the actual name? The same for the radio. What is the name of the agri-radio station? And if I'm going to search for the station, so they want to know the name. And if these 3 innovations are no longer in use, what happens or what went wrong?
All right, thank you so much for the question. So when ZFU came up, when I was at ZFU, when we came up with this idea of agri-radio and stuff, the 3, it was something that we piloted at first. And then we realized that most of the young farmers could not access much information, because some of the farmers were in the rural areas. So what we then did, I'm sure we then partnered with Weather Impact, whereby we were now using the SMS, right, for the young farmers to access climate information. But on this one, last week, I had a chat with one of my colleagues at ZFU to say, guys, how do we improve this one? I know I'm no longer with Zimbabwe Farmers Union, but the reason why I had to remember about this agri-app is because when I went to Bindura University, I was surprised to see that Bindura University of Science Education, in trying to foster innovation, they are partnering with primary and secondary schools, whereby the young children can actually contribute to the Education 5.0 through the pillar of innovation. So hopefully, I'm going to have further engagements with the Zimbabwe Farmers Union, and maybe we can partner Bindura University of Science Education and Zimbabwe Farmers Union.
And then there will be a name as well.
Yeah.
So it was a pilot. Yeah. Yeah. It's, then I would like to get Yannick Chocola to the floor again. I've introduced him yesterday. And today he's going to talk about upscaling of DCAS through collaboration. Yeah, there were already questions about that yesterday. So yeah, round of applause for Kanya. But this is first.
supporting their livelihood. Youth are journey, farmers.
So we had one week to make the video for you. I wanted to make sure we get everything, because I know when you are presenting things, 15 minutes, you need to. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about the sustainability and the scalability of a solution. And the case I will use is what we are doing in Burundi and now in other countries like Burkina Faso, DRC, Uganda. Sustaining the e-services business for smallholder farmers, because we are talking DCAS, it's also digital services that we are providing to the farmers. So again, Auxfin. Auxfin is a social enterprise that's specialized in financial inclusion. But when we started, we discovered that we cannot do only financial inclusion, because in our mind was just, we have our platform that's called UMVA. We give the platform to the farmer, they have an account, they start to do the transaction, and life is better. When we went in the field, we found that we have many problems. Lack of internet, electricity, gadgets, and so many things, also skills. So it was a problem for us. But to achieve our goal, we have developed what we call UMVA, Universal Method of Value Access. In Kirundi, Rwanda, they call UMVA, I mean listen. So for us, we use listen when you are explaining what is UMVA. But it's a universal method of value access. Value access because in the platform, you can do the transaction of any value. You can have water value, you can have money, you can have also products. So farmer today, they are doing transaction of products. They can sell their product to Heineken and so on using our platform. So how we do that? We start by really what we call rural financial ecosystem, because everything is finance. If you want a health product, you need finance. Everything is finance, and this is a basis. But to make sure we have everybody on board, we had to connect all the services. community, SME, farmer, markets, schools, hospital, and all of this, they need an account, what we call a transactional account, even if when we are talking about DCAS, but at the end, farmer need to pay. But the question that I didn't hear here is about how to collect the money, the payments. If we use telecoms, you know, by every message, there is a cost. Who is going to pay? All of these are barriers to what we are doing. So our financial inclusion is all level. We really do everywhere, and we have this daily supported activity. This is where we have our staff. They are going there, discussing with farmers. We are creating business and employment for youth. And this we do in collaboration with partners. We don't do everything. We have our platform, our strategy, and then the contents is come from different partners. So how we realize that? We have what we call social capital. So when talking about smallholder farmers, if you work with them individually, it's too risky. But if you work with them with a group, not yet cooperatives, because this is also another thing. So as a group, located in some places, it's easy to work with them. This is how we are creating the network and make sure when we are doing connection with services, we have also the clients, because we don't call them beneficiaries, we call them clients. If we are talking agribusiness, we want them to increase the production, they need to be called clients and not beneficiaries. So by creating the network, then we add the ICT. This is where we have our platform as well as tablets. I will explain why tablets instead of normal phone GSM, because we are giving more information, and by using the phone, it's difficult to really provide what we want to provide, like videos and stuff. But also, by using a phone, every message costs. Again, who is going to pay for that? This is, I think, one of the reasons that farmers does not want to continue using the getting messages in terms of development words. So then the sustainability, we create, as soon as we have the network organized, then we know what they need. And then we have the youth, we embed them in the program. They become the last mile distribution of goods to the farmers, and they get commission. This is how we sustain our business. So G50 social capital means what? We really go in the village. We really take household by household. We work with them. Why and how we reach the large number of farmers is because first, it's not our model, it's their model. We go there, we discuss with them what is their problem, and with that, we start to build the model of the problem of farmers. So what we do, we look what is the common problem for all the farmers, so that they will be on the board. For example, in Burundi, we found that the distribution of fertilizer is far away from them. And then we say, okay, if we give the solution to them to buy fertilizer without moving from their village, then everybody is on board. This is how we have the large number of people. And then we have also elections, they elect their leaders. We don't pay them. We don't pay per diem. This is not existing in our world. So the social capital, again, this is our way of fighting poverty. We have what we call community activation program. This is not only agri, it's also financial and social inclusion, but we have health, social, league thing that's having the farmers. You don't need only agri product, agri info. They need also health information, health services, nutrition information and services, all of that. So this is how we organize. But what we do first, e-registration. We register them. All the information from them we have on our platform. And then we give them the tool. We do what we call mapping of resources. They start to discuss what is their problem. And then they prioritize their problem. Based on that is now our opportunity. We say, okay, this is the problem they have. What is the solutions? For example, I'm looking today, where can I find the insurance, agri insurance? I don't find, I'm still looking for that. We have many reports, many publicity on internet, social media, but I'm looking for the one that works for smallholder farmers. The business is there. So as you can see, the farmers, I have put that picture so that we can see the real condition of farmers. They are not in houses, they are really outside. And for that, first they are registered in the platform. We put them in group of G50, this is neighbors, and then we give them agri-coach to get them with the three basic information that I explained yesterday: health coach, nutrition coach, financial coach, and governance coach. In finance, they have finance information like why you should take a credit, what is the risk. So they have all the skills on the finance in videos. But then there is also the tool of planning. So they just put in the number of what they want to do, the project, and the system give them the a good plan. Also, the system tell them if the plan or the project is good or not. So they get all these things. Before we connect them to the microfinance, they need first to do the exercises themselves. So we have also the network. It's not only groups, it's also what we call activators. Because for us, we think that the problem is not a project, it's activate. We have everything in Africa, but we just need to activate and connect. And this is why we have the activator. They are responsible for 20 groups. That means for 2 weeks time, they need to visit all the groups. This is maximum 1,000 households. And they discuss with them. Those people have the bicycles, they have tablets, and they can take all the order from farmers. But also when farmers are doing savings, they are the ones who are taking money from the farmer to the bank. And this is a network. We have also a support from Bujumbura that we call help desk, and, to support the farmer, checking the data, the quality and everything. And you have also a support from international to make sure our solutions is international wide. So we are reaching 10,000 only in Burundi. I'm not talking about Uganda. This is only in Burundi. And 800 agents that are there working actively. This is for 5 years already. So we have digital apps. This is a result with more than 500 videos, training videos in agri, but also in health. And you can see they are using tablets. This is really amazing things. When we started, people said, how can give the tablet to the farmers? They were not at school, they cannot use it. So we have a proof that farmers also can use the tablet. So the example of agriculture I explained yesterday, they have the crop selector, and then activity calendar per week, and then they have weather forecasts to combine with this activity, and then they have videos. It's simple. It's complex, but simple for farmers, because for us, our role is to make sure we take all the complex informations, but we convey that to the farmers in the what we call mother tongue. It's easy for them to understand. Then what we connect, the crop selector is connected to the market. So we have the online hybrid market, input market. So it's online, but also we have the offline version. So they can order their product. So how we connect, when they select the crop, automatically the system gives the signal that this is the quantity and the category of crops that the farmers want to do. So this gives already the message to the seed providers. And of course, we connect also with microfinance. This is how we have the transactional account in UNVA. This is the market that is there. It's hybrid. This is the amount that we already, last year, we sold using our platform. 5 million. For Burundi, it's a huge amount. Huh? So we have one single platform with all the services, but the priority are determined by the stakeholder. For us, it's not us who are putting priority, but farmers. What is their needs? And then we are there to look for the services for them. This is how we work. So today we have we are doing the market linkages with Heineken, this is Brarudi Heineken in Burundi. We are linking 15,000 farmers on white sorghum, but still we have a problem there on the quality of seeds. I was discussing with my friend there, we have a problem. So this is what we are doing, and all these farmers are get paid through our platform. We don't need telecoms in this because it's expensive for them, especially for Burundi. This is how it works. They bring their products here, they measure everything, and automatically the system pay them in their accounts, cashless. This is done in Burundi at the moment. We have also the connection with WFP. Our partnership with WFP is not, we want WFP to give money. We want WFP to buy, to do local sourcing, the real one. Because now we have a problem. They have contract with some cooperatives, but these cooperatives, they go to the farmer, they buy for the lower price, and then they come, they sell to WFP. This is not good. And we try to make sure we link the real farmers, I insist, the real farmers, real smallholder farmers to the market, to WFP. So this is our model, the business model of this. We use the license fees. That means if you are in the platform, every farmer pay something. And this license is not linked to the specific services. It's a bundle. We have everything they get from our platform, they pay us only one time per month. And this is about 15 cents per household for all these things. And this is also give again where we take money to pay weather impact. It's from here. So we have also transaction and commission. This is how when we connect the seed providers, fertilizer, we discuss with them. So what is your price? So by doing this last mile distribution, what you give the money, so they pay something. This also help us to pay all the 8 agents that we have. And then we have also remittances. As soon as they have an account, transactional account, we are now discussing with diaspora to send money directly to their farmers, because to send money to the people in the rural area is also another kind of problem. So we try to solve all the problems. So in our platform, we already registered 1 million households. We have 800 agents. We already activated. Now we have more than 500,000. We are in all 11 provinces. This is only Burundi. I didn't want to talk about other countries. And we are scaling at the moment on 600,000 households because we have more demands on this solution. So our vision in the future, this is already ongoing. In Burundi, we want to move away from the traditional way of working toward by supporting partner in data-driven policy. This is not only partner, but also donor. We want them to use our platform to make decisions. We are already working with health ministry in Burundi by doing this. So we are supporting also the development partner, like NGO, even if they don't like us. I don't know why. Maybe transparency is the problem. So we co-design our e-services in last mile is bridge, because we are not working for us. We are working for the farmer. The farmer is the boss, and we need to really follow what they want. This is why there is a question: why all the projects? When we are doing projects, we are paying these people per diem. If they have a problem, we come to solve their problem, and then we go there in the village and we need to pay them per diem. We don't understand this. I think this should stop, because this is disturbing the development. And what we are doing, if you are touching their problem, they should not ask for per diem. If you are touching their real problem. So this is, we think, we are facing this problem in the field. You don't give us per diem, we'll never give you per diem. It's not our business. We are there to help you. So now we are expanding in Burkina Faso, that is already ongoing, in Uganda and DRC. And of course, I'm here to inform you that there is something that is working in Burundi and other countries. And we are happy to discuss, because we want take it, steal it, do whatever you want and bring to the farmers in Africa so that something can change. So they asked me to talk about gender. This is why maybe I need to give me more minutes to discuss about this. So there is a barrier that I want to discuss for a few minutes on digital inclusion of gender of women. And I'm going to talk about access, affordability, knowledge and skills, safety and security, and relevance. So on access, when those people are in the group, everybody have access to the technology. So they use the tablet to get access to the information. What we discover is that women are interested in nutrition information. So when it's about nutrition, men say, oh, this is not for us because it's about how to feed the baby and all this kind of thing. So women have this access because the tablet is there. They have, anytime they want, they go there to check what they should do. And we have, for example, nutrition coach information, how to feed the baby from 0 or minus something to 5 years. So step by step, they have information there. Even we explain to them that there is nutrient food in the community that we don't use because we know that we cannot eat these kind of things. We just need other stuff, but we have the opportunity that we need to explore in there. So they have access to the technology, and the inclusiveness is the basis in our G50 model. So in our group, we have 42% are women and 28% are youth. So we have a good number. So also leadership, we have 41% are female. So that means the president of the group or vice president or secretary. And 53% are youth. Why? Because we are using tablets, technology. This is why the old man say, we cannot do this. We cannot be group leader because of the tablets. And then we have more youth in this. So you can see that we are really introducing these gender things and the basis. What we don't like is that there are programs. These programs are coming and try to separate people. I think we should really try to be careful with this. We are creating more problems by taking only women, bring them somewhere, work with them. They come back home late in the night and say, we come from the training. These things is a problem. We should include it. We should be inclusive, making sure also they play their role in all the value chains, but also with men there. This is, I think, this is our our thing. So separating them, it's maybe a problem. So again, affordability for the costs, it's only one tablet. It's paid like a license, and they have access for that. Though they don't need specific additional amount or means to get access to the content and the services that are available in the group. So yeah, women are more active in these groups. They are responding to the answers. They are the ones who are really working in the field. They are there, and we are happy with them. This is why you have this huge number. With women, it's going fast, but with men, it's difficult because they are destroyed by some organizations, giving them per diem every time. If there is no per diem, they don't come. But women, they come because they know that there is an interest there. Lastly, again, this is also safety and security. You can see that we are getting more women and youth because of this technology. Without technology, it's difficult. It's difficult even to know what's happened there. But using the technology, we have transparency, and it's starting to move. Okay. Then, yes, we have what we are targeting, have maximum 50% of women using our platform, leaders and active. This is what we are targeting. We are because this is we are not reaching already the minimum, but we're still pushing. This is why we will see more of the pictures. We have women because they are using the tablet. It was not easy when we started. When we give them tablets, oh, I don't want to touch the tablet. If there is a problem, I cannot pay. So they were afraid to use it. Or I was not at the school, so I don't know how to use this. So it cost us a lot to explain that is their tablets, they can do whatever they want, but as soon as they see that there is a benefit or interesting thing in there, they use them. And the tablets, we were expecting to lose some tablets in the beginning, but we are surprised that until now, we have only 2 among us, almost 1,000 that was stolen. Why? Because if they don't have a tablet with them, then they need to walk for kilometers. So for them, the tablet need to stay there. Nobody is going to touch it. So it's a kind of community, social cohesion. Say this is a common interest. You need to keep it. So I'm at the end. What we did, there is a problem of mentality. So all the information, the trainers were men, and I think you can see that in all your countries. But then when we started to introduce our tool, we said, okay, maybe it will be good. The trainers in the video should be women. So that people, even women, start to understand that, okay, if she did that, I can also do that. So this is how we started to include this in their mindset. And today we have huge results because of these things. We have in videos, in movie, we have women, we have a female avatar, we have example based on a female perspective, but the voice, you can see even in my video is the lady. So they are also able to do that. These things can look small, but is really giving us a lot of results. You can see also the video. We try to show to the farmers that people like them are doing the right things. They can also do. So this is the way video. You can see woman is a leader, explaining to the men what they should do. And at the end, when we started, it was like this: men and men. The leaders, the women was behind. But then we changed. Now we have, if you have a man, you should have a woman. So they discuss to show that they are equal. And it works. Now we have 41% of leaders are women. This is enormous. Okay, I think, thank you very much. I hope I gave you something, and we keep in touch. In Kirundi, we say murakoze. Yeah.
Yannick, you're not, don't go yet.
Okay.
I want people to have the opportunity to ask some questions. Yeah, can you either give a mic or come to me?
Thank you very much. That's very impressive. I have 3 short questions. The first one, if it's not a trade secret, if it's not a secret,
okay.
Would you please tell us the platform on which your system runs? The second brief one is, isn't it a threat if some of those, the group of 50, if it's my mother and my auntie is not in that group, my mother will be tempted to share the information when my auntie visits. So at the end of the day, you think you're 50 people sharing the tablet, but it's really 100, through that, because we are very good at sharing. So isn't that a threat to your business model? And the last one is the agents. Do you pay them a salary or do you pay them a commission? Thank you.
Yeah, I can respond quickly to the question, starting by the tablet. We like that. They can share whatever they want as soon as they get benefit from the information they provide. So as soon as they get information, we are happy. But as I said, the group of 50 is not only one group in a specific area. We have, for example, in the village, 10 groups. So everybody is somehow linked to the G50. So they get information, so it's okay for that. The platform, we have our own platform, UMVA. It's run on our own platform. So we could not put it other. So we manage these things. The agents, we don't pay them. So we create business, and as I said, we cannot create agent everywhere. We create agents only when there is business. So they get commission out of the business that they sell to the farmer. Yeah.
That lady there, the question needs a translator to come. I'll first do this one here then. But you need a mic because the other translator needs to. So can you just walk there to get it to ask your questions, because he's just getting the. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carl Alberto from Mozambique.
Sorry, I give this one the floor first. Okay, let's do wait 1 sec. Okay, she can go ahead because that line is open now and that one is closed. Yeah, first her and then him. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying that my name is Carl Alberto. I'm from Mozambique. I have some questions that I need to pose to my colleague, Yannick. The first question is, what criteria did you use in order for you to distribute the tablets? Was it on the basis of the association of the farmers? How did it run? Furthermore, how do you maintain these tablets in the community? I pose this question to you.
Dos nossos maiores desafios tem a ver com a manutenção dos tablets, porque os tablets não passavam para a comunidade. Então, eu queria saber como é que vai ter essa manutenção e se a gente quiser tentar fazer uma parte.
I posed that question because I had a similar experience in Mozambique. I worked on a health department whereby we didn't keep the tablets ourselves. We gave the tablets to the users. So my question is directed to the maintenance part of it. How do you maintain, or who does that maintenance?
E a última questão, queria saber se fez algum tipo de mobilização social, comunitária para a comunidade antes de distribuir os tablets.
The last one, how did you work before the even process of distribution? Were you sensitizing them prior to handing out the tablets?
Por quê? Porque eu faço essa pergunta porque sabemos que as comunidades usam muitos conhecimentos nativos, que há uma colega que você vai falar sobre os conhecimentos indígenas. Então, eu queria saber como é que essa população deixou de acreditar nos seus conhecimentos nativos e passou a acreditar nos conhecimentos que está a oferecer através do vídeo.
Was it easy for them to transit from the indigenous knowledge that they were based on for the past? Was it easy for them to embark in this technology, given that they are based more on the indigenous knowledge, as we learned from yesterday? That's all I wanted to put before you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. If Carla just put on the mic now, of the escutador, yeah, then you can answer the questions.
Yeah, yes. The last one, if it's easy for them to move from the traditional way of getting information to digital, yes, it's easy because it depends on again, they have a tablet. What we are digitalizing, we have the trainings. Normally, in a traditional way, we have a subject, we have a module, and we give the field agent a module. They go in the field, they start to explain.
Great. Now your question, please.
Yes. Afternoon. I have two questions. The first one, I don't know whether I got you right. You talked about selecting a crop, and then I don't know whether I got you right, whether you were saying that from the system, automatically when you pick a crop, it's connected to the market.
Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the challenges we have with our farmers, for example, in Zambia, small-scale farmers, is normally the market. The farmer will start with a crop without actually finding where he's going to sell.
Connect with the input market.
Oh, not the market for selling.
The market also is coming, but it's connected to the, how we process is that when they select through agriculture, they select the product.
Okay.
Is already registered in our platform. We know the size of plant. We know where he is. So we know exactly what quantity of seed he needs. So by clicking, I want to do this crop this week, the seed providers knows already that in this place, there is a need of so many kilogram of this specific crop. So you start to prepare. When they pay, then you can organize the distribution. This is one thing. The second thing is that once they start again, the season start, we are sure that they already buy the fertilizer, the seed, and all inputs. Then the system provide also the forecast production, so that we can discussing with the market. This is what we do. This is the link.
Okay. I thought that maybe the farmers would actually maybe select a crop based on the market, to say they already have a market where they're going to sell. So the second question is, you talked about you getting money through licensing, transaction commissions, and remittance. So that money source, is it enough to sustain the services that you give to the farmers? Thank you.
Good question. This is about, again, the business model. As you know, if you're talking about insurance, they are talking about numbers. We are using the same. If you have, this is why we are doing solicitation of everybody in the village. If you have few farmers, we have a problem. So we need large number of farmers, and they pay a limited amount. If you have few, then the cost is expensive for them. If there are many, then it's too much. It's 15 cents. It's nothing for a farmer, and he's not going to pay it maybe every month. We get the money because we make the linkage with the market, and then we deduct. It's not only the market, we link also the financial institutions. They are getting credit through our platform. So all it's in one platform. This is how we organize.
Yeah. There's more questions coming up. A short one here. And then there's two there. Okay, let's just give it the floor because I think it's generating a lot of interesting discussion.
I know that
Okay,
is
mine is a small question. You mentioned 800 agents. Well, what do you call agents? Because apparently it was not defined. And who is paying for them? 800, it's a huge number of people.
Yes, I think I already responded to the question there.
Yeah.
I use the word agent for you because if I use activator, we are not talking the same thing. For us, they are activators. They are not agents. Maybe we can define what is the agent. They are activators. They need to activate community and get paid based on the services they are offering to them. So we don't pay them. They get paid from the commission of the services that they offer to the farmers. But also we are discussing, again, we have let's say we have a contract with a Ministry of Health. They are doing this sensitization on mosquito net. But then there is a problem, how to install the mosquito net. We give example of a place where in a room, there is everything is well organized. This is for you, is for us. But for them, they don't even have they have nothing. They are sleeping on maybe some papers and this kind of things. How can they fix the mosquito net there? So we give this information in there.
And is it possible?
And they pay us for that.
Is it possible to have an idea on the business amount per group of farmers? You mentioned 10,000 groups of farmers.
Yeah.
Can we have an idea on how much each group of farmers manage to generate per crop season or so what?
Per crop, it's complex. I can share information in detail.
Okay, it's fine.
But I cannot say in average per crop because we don't work on certain value chain. Because let's say in Burundi, for example, there is many farmers are doing different crops. This is the problem. So we cannot say that we work only on this value chain. But what we do, we let them, we connect, we serve everybody depending on the crop they are doing. So I can give you more details in terms of crop.
So maybe
not give you
what you can say is as a percentage of your total income, how much is coming from the farmers about?
Yeah, the value, this is the value of the transaction. It's not income. The value of the transaction, they sell, they buy.
Yeah, no, not the value of transaction, but your income as a percentage.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Yeah. So you're saying it's not directly from the farmer necessarily. It can.
It's from farmers.
Yeah.
But the money they are paying, this
Yeah.
is 5 million for last year, only
5
on fertilizer.
Yeah, but that's the value of the what they are selling, not your income as Oxfin. Yeah.
Okay. The income as Oxfin, I can give you income from farmers because farmer they are moving from $100 to $300 as income per farmer. Average.
Oh wow, that's quite a lot.
Average. Because we have the farmer that is really,
yeah,
really small holder, but in average is this is what we have.
Okay, that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, are they short questions? Then, yeah, okay. Okay, let's go on a little bit. Because then we have to. Yeah.
Is it me? Or?
First, the lady, she was first with her hand up.
Thank you so much. Yannick, thank you for the presentation. I want to know who owns those tablets? Are the farmers owning them? And you mentioned that sometimes you had two that you have already lost. And who is paying for that tablet should it get damaged or get lost? And then I also want to know the participation of young farmers in this platform. Do you perhaps have statistics on how much youth is using the DCAS? And then the last one, I saw your videos. I also wanted to know if the Ministry of Agriculture, probably the Extension Department or the academia, is also involved when you're doing those videos, or do you have your own private extension people? Thank you.
Third question, yes. We are not specialists in agri. So all the content, this is the collaboration. All the contents come from the specialists. This is agri institutions, NGO, organization, researcher. So we get content from them. We do only the digitalization of this content. So it's not from us, it's from government and partners. The first question about the tablets, yes, we own the tablets because it's not giving out the tablet.
Okay, sorry.
We use what we call, they get access to the tablet. We don't distribute tablets. I don't think you see, you get the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't distribute. We give them access. It's not their tablet. They use the tablet for the first time. Then when they start the process, they are using it. The tablets can work for 3 years maximum. After 3 years, you need to get new tablets. The farmer pay for that.
Okay, okay, this need to be really short questions. But the gentleman in the back had his, this Dr. Nanya had his hand up for a long time. Okay, now you get the mic from someone. Okay, yeah, you quickly go.
It's a very noble idea what you are doing. My question is on, have you evaluated time taken by the farmers to come to maybe to get information from the tablet? Imagine in a village of smallholder farmers, hours taken. Actually, in Africa, we waste time. So I don't know, did you ever look at that sometimes we are losing time by maybe farmers are working more than 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers to just get information. So have you evaluated that one? That's my question only.
This is the
my name.
Yeah, this is about what we have G50. It's 50 households who live next to each other, neighbors. The tablets reach them there. They don't need to move. Them with them. So then what we do, the mapping. In the mapping, we try to see who is able to use the tablets, and especially youngsters are there for that. We train the youngster and then he's there. It's not everybody who is, we want everybody to use everything because there is old people that they cannot use the tablet, but they use the tablet via the help of others. So this is how we organize. But now we are getting more people. Many farmers want the tablet because they see videos. So first they are interested in videos. They don't have television there. So when you bring some things, I want to. First they come because they see videos. And then when they see videos, there is information there that is attractive for them. And they start to use it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. There was one more question there, isn't it?
Yeah, I think mine have got two questions. The first one is in the village, how do people have or charge their laptops? Do you distribute or solar, or they are connected to electricity?
Question directly.
Number two, one of the challenges is the participation of men. You have mentioned that they look for DSA. I don't know in Burundi, is there a standardized way of delivering extension service to the community, so that maybe some may be paying DSA, some are not paying DSA. What is the way of delivering the extension service? Thank you.
So the second question, yes, there is agri-extension services in Burundi, but there is only one for the whole village. So it's difficult for them to reach everybody. But with our support, with our tablets, it's easy for them. So we are collaborating with them by doing this. So the first question, this is the tablet that they have. It's also tailor-made tablet. It's not every tablet. This is, I cannot give the specification of this tablet because of the time, but it's a strong tablet. And we have this. When I say tablet, it's a combination of tablet and this one. So they can charge this if there is no electricity, but they can also charge by using. So with this, if this is well charged, the tablet can be charged 2 times. So this is what we have. Thank you.
Okay. Can we conclude then all the questions to Yannick with this? You're seeing, but it was very interesting and it generated a lot of questions. So now we're getting to, well, the closing is the last part, but the last part of the training. And we want you to get, you learn if you put your mind in the footsteps of somebody else, in the shoes of somebody else. That's how they say it in Dutch. So what we're going to do is there will be 4 corners, and those corners are where you see these boards, and each has a facilitator of one of us. And there are going to be in each corner has a question. And we're going to give you a sticker on you, and you are either a funder, an agricultural person from the ministry, of course, a farmer you can be, or where's the last sticker thing? Oh, this box. Let me see. National Meteorological Service. Yeah. Yeah. So farmer, Met Service, company, agriculture ministry, or funder. And so, and you have you first, when we have explained, you go out and grab your coffee, etc. And we have like a market. We have 2 rounds. Yeah. And in these rounds, you go to one of the questions, and please distribute a bit over the room the question you find interesting. Yeah. And we discuss in the group, and then there's a facilitator there and can say, okay, but funder, because they see your sticker, what do you think of it? Or farmer, what do you think of it? Yeah, to answer that question. We'll show the questions are coming up. Yeah, and then in the second round, the facilitator summarizes what the first people brought in, and then people can add to the discussion. So it's like in Botswana, I don't know if this is an official code that Botswana people have to think about. It's just a discussion between different stakeholders who together have to make it work as a DCAS, asking the questions about, okay, the first one, Stefan, that's the corner where Stefan is. Stefan, you will take this corner, for example. Yeah. Yeah. So successful DCAS, what is needed? What are current gaps? Then Janina, can I give you that corner? What technical capacity and resources are needed locally for DCAS? Yeah. And then the fourth is, I'll take that corner. Financial side, how do we keep DCAS sustainable and alive? Yeah. So, and then the fourth one is Sue. The farmers love DCAS. How to market DCAS to farmers and ensure uptake and trust in it. Yeah. So grab your coffee. It's a bit like you can pull a chair. You can stand. You can. Yeah. It's not too long. And then we have a clock, and then After the clock, then we change the next round. Then after that, we summarize, and there's the closing. Yeah. So we want to do at least 2 questions that you answer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When that's a good question. When are we giving them stickers? We can do that. Yeah. Yeah. So just please stay seated for a little bit because there's no tea or coffee yet. I've just checked where the tea coffee is. Okay. Yeah. So randomly hand them out. The people can say have a box. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I would.
No, there's a coffee's not yet ready. Yeah. So. Is it this? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. I'm giving you. You have to be. If you know the role, you just give them another role than they normally are in. You're today a farmer. Oh no, yeah, I've just asked them. Okay. So okay, if you have your sticker, you can go out for the coffee. I've just heard that it's came in. Yeah. I skipped you because then this is the. Okay, can I make you a farmer? Just put it visible, so because the facilitators have to see your color. Your company. No, you shouldn't. You should try and be something else than you normally are. I'll make you a farmer as well. Can I make you a company? Oh yeah, that one. I'm not distributing. Yeah, just put it here, then we can see here. And can I make you a farmer?
Yes. Yes.
And you are already a company. You get something else. You have a thing. Okay.
Okay, so if we can get out in the small trip, that's it. Yeah, probably. Then I put it on and put it in the swimming costume and put it.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, madam.
Yes, I can hear
How are you, madam?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Super cool.
That's good to hear. Okay. Well, it's nice that we are all here again, but also for the people that were here in the morning. So we are now at the last exercise on last part, almost the last part on the agenda. We still have the closing ceremony, but this is just the one that we have to do before the end. So thank you all for being with us here online, even despite all the difficulties and waiting. So this will be similar as we did this morning. So see, now you have. So I think the internet was down before we before the explanations. So I will just explain to you again. So we will have 4 questions, like 4 groups with 4 questions that are related to digital climate advisory services. And for each of them, we have our facilitators that were here in the morning. So we have Glenn, Bob, Monica, and Tamara. And they will help you in each of the breakout rooms to facilitate discussions. We are again going to use the idea flip. Now you're already a bit familiar with it. So I will share the link in the chat. So if you go to the idea flip, I can also share my screen so you can see. Yeah, there we go. So these are the 4 canvases that represent the 4 corners where also the participants in the other room are also going to be in 4 corners. And the idea for every group is to answer these specific questions. So when you go to group 1 or room 1, you answer this question. And the question is successful DCAS. What is needed? What are current gaps? So within this room, and you will discuss answers to these questions. But the thing is, so you all come from a certain company, organization, ministry. And the idea of this exercise is to take on another role. So for example, you come from, you're a farmer, but now we would ask you to think from agricultural ministry perspective, or you come from a private company and then we ask you, hey, how would a funder, like big funder organization think in response to this question? And for each of them, you have this sticky note, so you remember which roles you have. So the second question is, what technical capacity and resources are needed locally for DCAS? And it works in the same way. So you pick a color and that corresponds to a role, and then you answer from that perspective. So the idea is to kind of get you into thinking in a way that the other side thinks. So to kind of bridge that gap that we are always in our own field or in our own expertise. So we ask you to think about it in a different way, how to answer this question from a different perspective. The third question is the financial side. So how do we keep DCAS sustainable and alive? This was also a very substantial part of the presentations before. So I think it's an interesting question to discuss, of course. And the last one is farmers love DCAS. And how to market DCAS to farmers and ensure uptake and trust in it. And it's the same principle, basically, so you will just respond from another perspective. We will have 3 rounds. So in this first one, I will assign you to different breakout rooms. So you will just go into different breakout rooms randomly. And then once the 20 minutes are up, We will go back to the same room, and then you could choose yourself a room that you haven't been to. So you can get, so you will have access to 3 rooms out of 4 in the 3 rounds, if that makes sense. Is it clear?
I think so. Yes, ma'am. It's clear.
Okay.
Okay. You know it.
Sorry?
Sorry? Sorry, I'm calling my colleagues too.
Sorry, I have a bit of an echo, so I didn't catch the question.
Madam, I don't see the rooms appearing here. How do I
Okay.
open the rooms?
No,
Rooms
sorry, I didn't open them yet. I just wanted to give an opportunity to ask questions, but I will open them now.
Oh, okay.
So is it working? Can you join the rooms? Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone.
I see an Okay, I'll start again. Okay, now it's better. So yeah, so I will now change the settings, and then you can choose a different room. So now, for example, you were in room 4 with me, and now you can choose I don't know, like the first room that's going to be with Monica, or you can choose a room with Bob or a room with Glenn. So then just choose another room with a different question and a different facilitator. And we will again have 20 minutes. And yeah, good luck again. I will try to open the rooms and then you can choose it yourself. I think that's gonna work. Open all of those.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
So can we start? It's our room 2 with the Glenn facilitator.
Yeah.
So I think that should be.
You can start, but do you have a question?
No. I don't have a question.
No, yes, for sure. You can start with the discussion. Yeah.
Yes. So it's a room 2. Then we had Mr. Glenn facilitators. So
Yeah.
our question was, what is the technical capacity and the resource for local?
Yes, exactly.
So we discussed so many many points, and then then we discussed that we need to have expertise to help to provide a technical capacity to the farmers.
Okay.
And we discussed to provide in terms of information for climate, for digital climate. It's important to involve the leaders or the key farms to spread the information in terms of the digital information. If it's not easy to everyone have a smartphone, so if we have a leader farms or a key informants who can have access of information and then to spread the information on meeting of the communities very quickly, and then the people, they will have this information. Not so, we discussed that we need, in terms of the technical capacity, we have to give a training to the farmers, training in terms of how to use the low technology.
Yeah.
So yeah, the low technology. It's very important to teaching them or to provide a good agriculture practice in terms of a technology that we can produce locally. in terms of I'm doing a training in 3 provinces in how to produce rice using sustainable methods. So how to reduce the time of weeding to clean the fields. So I try to implement a rotative X to reduce the time that the farmers spend in the
I can't hear you anymore. Okay. Okay, let me see.
Hi, it's Johan here. I probably should have joined that room 1. I was confused. I thought I should wait for another room because so.
No, okay. No, I was just writing in here. So no, indeed, the idea was to change rooms. Now, room 1 is the one in which we were before, so it's more interesting to join another one. Group 2 is what technical capacity and resources are needed for locally. Sorry, I'm going to write them down. In the chat.
Yes, I wanted to go to the 2, but then I saw do I want to join room 1? And I said no, and they never nothing came up later to say room 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I didn't understand that. So should I have joined room 1? Is that what it was?
No, if you want to join room 2, you can join room 2. What you have to, so it's in the bottom, you will see 3 little dots that say more. Then you click on join breakout room. And then you can choose what breakout room you want to join.
That's fine.
Are you finding it?
I really don't see it.
In the bottom, if you go with your mouse, with your cursor to the bottom of the window, of Zoom, there is the more, the 3 little dots on the right that say more.
I just have a leave on the right, and to the left of leave, if I move to the left, I get to apps. So there's a space between apps and leave. And I don't have anything there, which I can see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it is there. For me, I have a more that says join breakout room.
Oh, now I'm loading apps. Sorry, I clicked left of the apps, and I just want to add apps. I'm going to close that again.
Yeah.
Breakout rooms.
Yes.
There it is.
And then you can click on 4 if you want to join 4.
So my breakout rooms is just in the next to record on the.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so room 2.
Here we are again in the main session.
Yes, hello, welcome.
Yes.
Yes, so now we will go for the last round. So now we are again the same thing. You just choose another room with a different question to answer, and our facilitators will be waiting for you there. So yeah, good luck for the second round. I will open breakout rooms.
the access to finance. So we find that in the deliberations, the text brings out the fact that MDBs need to transform so that their practices take into account the issues of improving access, also simplifying the modalities of obtaining the resources, but also very important is that these resources have to address the needs. So the aspect of each of papers, and also that some of the instruments that are utilized are not sufficient to address the challenges that we have. Hence, the importance of having non-debt instruments when it comes to the resources or access to finances. Also, the other aspect that was highlighted was the gap, the financing gap that does exist. I think there are quantums that have been provided. We noticed that the 2019-2020 indicates that the financial flows were estimated at 803 compared to what is required. What is required is 3.8 billion. So these are some of the issues. So when you look at that financial gap, it's too huge to address the challenges that we have. Also, the major thing, the other major aspect that needs to come out was that the implementation of Article 2.1c of the Paris Agreement. The discussion looked at launching the Showmanship dialogue. This is between the parties and the relevant organizations and other stakeholders. There were exchange of views on how to enhance the understanding of the scope of this article and how it complements the article that looks at finance, which is Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. So these are some of the issues that came out, and these are some of the works that will go into COP 28. I'll move to the next. So there is the issue of the new funding arrangements and the dedicated fund for loss and damage. This one was brought out, but not just to give a bit of detail. In COP 27 and in the previous COP, a number of things were considered, and what came out was that matters related to funding arrangements and responding to loss and damage associated with adverse effects of climate change needed to be addressed after that agreement. So there were issues that that needed to be looked into, and that is the financing aspect, the fund itself, how it's going to operate. So this leads to the establishment of the fund, its operationalization, and the different instruments that will take into place. Also, most important was the fact that there was need to look at the triggers. How does the fund, or what triggers the fund to kick in? How do you access these resources, which I think was one issue that was cardinal during the discussion. So that slide describes the milestone that was achieved and what remains. And what remains is what we now looked at during the coming COP, and I think the director will look at that. I will try to go into detail looking at specific issues now. I'll move to the next. So these are specific. I will try to look at. I'll be a bit slow. I think we're looking at this and try to go item by item. So we have the item that was looking at funding arrangements for loss and damage. So under that, when you go to the second column, we look at the topics. There are three issues that have been highlighted. The need of finance to address loss and damage. So there are specific paragraphs that are relating to these issues. I may not explain everything, but there is an acknowledgement of the agent and the immediate need for a new additional and predictable and adequate financial resources. I've just highlighted the financing gap. So you see, when we are talking about the need, these are related issues. So the issue that we need more resources is not coming from without, but it's coming from the fact that there are these gaps. Even if we have the new funds that are created, but where are the resources going to come from? If we have issues with the existing financing, therefore, calls for the understanding and appreciation of more parties. The new mechanism should have dedicated resources coming and they should be consistent. The other aspect is establishment of new funding arrangement and the fund. For this, the explanation there goes to the fact that we need to establish a new funding arrangement for assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. So this calls for this fund to be able to respond to issues of loss and damage through providing mobilization of additional resources. And when we talk of the trigger aspect, when we look at the current available resources, there's been an argument that loss and damage is available through other means. But then, what is it that you need to do for you to access those resources? How long does it take for you to access those resources? And this is where the bond of conditioning was. That you needed to have a dedicated fund that will have triggers so that when there's a calamity, at what point does the fund kick in so that the challenges are addressed in a manner that is commensurate to the magnitude of what has happened and also in timely manner. The other aspect there is the establishment of transition committee and activities to inform its recommendation. So this now is work that is going to continue at open state. That will be looking at the personalization of the new funding arrangements, given what has transpired. So in doing that, there will be the issue of establishing the institutional arrangements, modalities, the structure, the governance in terms of system for the fund, defining the elements, and also the aspect of new funding arrangements, identifying the sources of funding, and all those issues that would be required for the funding or for the fund to operate in an efficient manner. Also, we are borrowing from what has happened in the past, from the funds that have been created. What are some of the challenges? So how does the new fund address some of those issues? So these are some of the things that will be happening. So move to the next thing. The new forensic and quantified goals is another aspect, another agenda item that is still under consideration. I think the chair also did allude to that. The request that the co-chairs need to develop and publish. The request was that the co-chairs will develop and publish by March 2023 the work plan. And this work plan was for 2023 to include some of the themes for the technical expert dialogue. That is these dialogues that are held during the year leading to the COP meeting. The parties were also invited to submit views on the issues that are to be addressed now. These are ongoing works that require to be addressed. So during the negotiations, there are issues that come up and we agree on the milestones that ought to be achieved before you meet in the following year. So you will notice that there are also timings that have been given for certain milestones to be met. And during the COP meeting, these will be reported and then will be deliberated on and see whether we achieve what we have set for ourselves. And if there are other issues that will come up, we agree and then we keep progressing until that specific agenda item gets to the point where we can say, okay, now we've reached the conclusion and we've agreed, this is how we move forward. There are matters that are related to the financial climate finance definition, and also these issues, I think there have been discussions and there were issues that were under the table. The major issue on this was the different definitions when it comes to climate finance. So if we are having different definitions insofar as defining what climate finance is, then it becomes very difficult to be able to quantify the amount of financing that is going to climate change. So there are issues that different parties needed to agree so that the diversity in terms of definition of climate finance that are used by party and non-parties are streamlined. And that will help in terms of accounting and also reporting the aspect of climate financing. So during the COP meeting that will be held, there will be a report that will be to highlight.
Yes, when you say English, you're multitasker la. Ngisema phoning, ngisema meetingini. Ngiyashopha la dolobheni, yabona.
It was not that
Yeah.
ukuphi la? More related to the overall needs of those in
Oh. I'm on my way, Nyan. Along in the last machine.
They are still remain a relative level in the broader context of other finance growth, investment, and opportunities. So the issue of finding
Oh, it's a moto.
all the other things what we address. So once
Oh, then a slang. Ekhaya ke.
in other areas. So these are issues that are agenda item number. Agenda item.
Can you please all mute yourself? I'm trying to find out.
I'm trying to find out.
Okay, I think now it's fine. Yes, thank you. Well, welcome back. That was the last round. So I hope you had some very interesting discussions and insights. So I would love to hear from you what you discussed, and I will try to share my screen now. Wait, sorry. It's a bit slow. Yes. Nice. Okay, group one. I think, okay, this is a whole maze of post-its. So maybe Monica, you can summarize everything that's been discussed, and you can lead us through this, like, different arrows and parts.
Yes. Okay, so in our breakout rooms, we did not have the funder perspective. So there is a bit from the private farmer agricultural ministry and meteorological agency, from the farmers, and then so the purple are the 6 requirements for successful DCAS. Yes. So for the farmers, the main gap, it would be inaccessibility, meaning many times because illiteracy or not having the resources available, such as IT equipment, or also just the knowledge of how to use these services. So because of that, capacity building is needed to have successful DCAS. And also financial and IT equipment support. And about that, the Agricultural Ministry said that they could so they could, for successful DCAS, they could collaborate with the Ministry of Finance or private-public partnerships for financial support, and also training extension officers to train farmers for the capacity building. Yes, and also the Agricultural Ministry highlighted the importance of having appropriate policies that support the implementation of DCAS, and also probably reducing income taxes of resources such as equipment. So then the scalability is more easily done. It's easier to scale these services because it can reduce the price of it to make them more accessible. And then it's important to involve all the stakeholders in all phases. And also from the data accuracy and user needs, the meteorological agency said that it would be useful to have intra-seasonal forecasts before so early and late in the growing season. Also seasonal forecasts that are more accurate, less ambiguous than what is currently there and that moves beyond the ENSO, and very high resolution. Well, yes, just improve the quality of the forecast that there are, so they're more, so they can give better input for informed farming decisions. Yeah. And from the private sector, it said that it would be good to co-create a cooperative, because when farmers join in cooperatives, then it's easier to share information to other sectors, also to innovate and to share the costs. So again, reduce the cost barrier that seemed to be one of the main issues. And also to design that they're very important. The private sector is very important to provide new services, activities, and inputs together with the farmers.
Well, sorry, Monica, I just got an information from Stefan that they already finished, so they shortened the rounds and they did only 2. So yeah, so then we will not continue with the rest. I'm really sorry about that, but yeah, I hope within the groups that it was enough discussions. So what I want to share with you is a few things. So we have chat. Yes, let's go. So if you're interested about work of weather impact, you can find us here. This is our website. If you would like to connect with me, you can also send me a request on LinkedIn or just contact me via email. And the last but not least, it's a very important part. So there are 2 forms that I would kindly ask you to fill out. So they are, so one is to have your correct name for the certificates, because also as online participants, you get the certificates. And the second one is for evaluation of the whole event. So I can understand that because of the this online problems, it was probably at some points not so pleasurable for you, but please fill out the form. We want to hear from you. It was also the first time that we organized this type of event, so your feedback is very valuable to us. So it can also help us improve, and you can also mention the things that can be improved, but also you can mention the things that you think were done well. So I thank you very much for that, and also we will. So each facilitator will summarize everything either on the canvas or in the email. So you will also get to the information that other groups did. You will get the certificates after the event. So so then they will be shared. So now I will go back to the main room, and there will be a closing ceremony. So I will let's move there so we don't miss it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your input in the rounds.
Yes, thank you very much. I think these discussions were very nice, good inputs.
Yes, thank you. Bob, I want to keep in touch about that study that you guys are doing about the insurance and so forth.
Yes, yeah, you can maybe also reach out to us, and then we can try to keep in touch on that.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Especially because the type of training was not by us, but DCA rolling it out over parts of Africa as well. So it's really useful. Okay. Okay, we're back online. So the closing. Bruce, can I invite you to come and officially close the meeting? Then I'll make the certificates ready.
Okay, so I think we can close, and we'll close very simply. I think it's really been great. I've really enjoyed meeting a lot of you, and I think many people have enjoyed making new partnerships. I think we have to especially thank the training team, who you know. So thanks a lot, and especially perhaps to Janina, who was my contact throughout the process in terms of putting it together. So let's give them a hand of applause. I also thank the Africa Development Bank, who helped develop the program, and they will be co-hosts of the next event as well. It's really important for you to do this, please. The good and the bad, so that we can improve for the next one. And you're going to get it by email, as well as you taking it from here. So it'll come via email as well. So I officially close the event, and we'll hand out the certificates.
But if you take that row, you get a. So this one goes for. Okay, Bruce has A to K. This is surnames.
A to K.
Yeah. You have. Of course, there's in Southern Africa there are lots of M's. So Stefan just has the L's and the M's, and then she's going from N to Z. Yeah. So just come out before you leave for your dinner and your things. Come out. So my staff is outside to give you the coupons for tonight. Those who leaving after 11, the transfer to the airport, they can still get lunch tomorrow, but everybody has to check out before 11. That's the rule here. Yeah, so come. Yeah, or you maybe can quickly call the name, or maybe that's confusing, but Nanja, because otherwise you start looking for it. Yeah, you can just call.
Are they want pictures?
I was thinking this whole
Okay. Yeah, but we thought the 70 was too much. Yeah. No, that's too much. Yeah. Okay. Stand here. Yeah. Okay. If somebody wants a picture, okay, they want a. The videographer is available for pictures. If Bruce and Stefan, if you come in here, then they can. And people want pictures apparently. Yeah. The picture with handing, getting the handout. Okay, we go then from A to Z quickly because there's a request for pictures. So we start with, or you are from N to. Okay, if there's. Okay, then Bruce, come here because the videographer wants to take the picture from here. Oh, there. Okay. Okay, don't stand in front of the pictures now. Yeah. No, let's move this thing because he's already. Okay, fate. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah.
Do one staple and then call the name.
Okay, we're going to do a per name because people want names. Carla Alberto. Carla Alberto. Yeah, okay. She's changed this. Yeah. Okay. Sarafia, next one in line. You know, if you are in the start of the alphabet, then you already line up here. Yeah. Sarafia. Okay, she's coming. Yeah, she's coming there. Then next one is Anthony Chapoto. Anthony Chapoto, is he here? Well, let's just go to the next one and we'll. Okay, yeah. Next one, just go to the next one. Anthony is not lining up yet. Go to the next one and it will come back to him. Just give me the ones. Tinash is not. Richard Sajika. Richard Shazika, is he here? No. Bella. Daudi Joseph Chinongon. Oh, okay. Okay. Angela, yeah. James Chitete. Next one is Lulu. Lulu, are you still here? Because she's going to, oh yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah. Lulu Di Pau. Daniel Dladla, is he lining up? Daniel Dladla, is he lining up? No. Okay. Oh, he's there. He's there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Julia. The from the thing. Okay. Brett will Garaganga. Yeah. Yeah. Next one is Helder Gemmel. It's you, huh? Yeah. Marta Gorasis. Is she in the neighborhood? Yeah, she's coming. Okay. That she's coming there. Victoria Hawanga. Victoria Hawanga. Okay. Enver Hendricks. Do I see him? Oh, he's coming? Yeah. Eugene Kango. So yeah, Kango. Yeah. And then next one is Kamoyo. Next one is Kamoyo. It's also temporarily out. Okay. Mweshi Katongo. Mweshi Katongo. I don't see. Durton, are you still? Okay, he's coming. Charles Nemachena is the next one after Durton. Oh no, Charles is for you. Yeah. Thomas, do I see Thomas still? Thomas Nia Karamba is running from the back. He's coming. Yeah. And James Peters Opio Omoding. That's the M's. So actually, yeah. So actually go to this ones first, yeah, because then it's alphabetical. Juo Luisha Sibale. Yes, there she is. And now you can do it for yourself. Francisco Macaringa is the next one. Francisco's coming. Yeah. Next one is Pumla Majikija. She's not here. Okay. Next one is Mianda Malambo. Mianda Malambo. Okay. Joan is not here. Nelson is here in front of you. Yeah. Yeah. Next one is Professor Movasine. You want a certificate and a picture? Greenwell Machaya. Greenwell Machaya. Don't see him here. Onalena Matenya. Next one is Joel Molapo. Coming. This one is also not there. Okay. Thelma Mwila. Oh, she's. Are you coming? No, that's not so. Oh, she's coming from the back. One second. Sorry. James Opio Omidong. James, is he still in the room? Okay. Tamburira Tekla Pasipangodja. She's coming. Can you just get it a bit in the, don't mix them up, but just get them. Then Tapelo Piri. Pelo Piri. Oh, sorry, I'm starting to give. I just thought. Yeah. Lauren Pungulani. Lauren Pungulani. Okay. Oh, it is coming. Francisco Neto. That's well done. Tabo Elias Sikonyana. Stanley Semetsa. Stanley Semetsa in the room? Okay, yeah. Diane Sibanda. There she is. The Jeppy Silungu is not here. Nokupiwa Sitola. Kupiwa Sitola. Samson Sitola. Oh, that's some. That's probably okay. The Sitolas are coming. Yeah. Andrew Songiso. Andrew Songiso. Okay, coming. Mitelo Supakanya. Mitelo is no, it's not. See the she's not. Kanye Tondrai, the youth person. Okay, hi. Oi. Okay, Mitelo. Okay, doesn't want a photo. She doesn't want a photo. Okay. Okay. Kanye, I don't see him now. That is youth officer. Kanye, oh no, that's not him. Okay. Charles Vanya. He's also not there, by the way. He's also not there. Suleiman is also not there from AFDB. And then Jonas Sukula, always last, probably. Jonas is here. Yeah. Okay, we are done. We are done. If those who were out of the room when we mentioned it, we can just come still quickly and then go. Okay, Kanye was just here. Kanye, what was your surname again? Here, this one. He wants this one. You want a picture? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Some who want a picture can also come forward. We already did. Yeah. Beforehand. I have an incredible backache, and I think it's because of the today it was put on my nerves that instead of here, like a nerve system thing. Were you sitting or?
is the bell thing rubbing your face. It's very low power. Very low power.